And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate all of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And now I'll be switching over to the other screen. Let's go here. Okay. Hello, it's Alien Spaceship, and hope everybody's having a good day, good evening, afternoon. It seems like it's quite rainy and dark where I am. And it's all right, Fifi. I'm quite popular, am I? All right. So, hello, Linda. Good to see you. Abs, I just want to say, have a good stream. Been hospitalized past week, so I couldn't hop in joining. Oh, Abs, thank you for letting us know. Prayers for you. I hope everything is okay and gets better now. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, and yeah, I understand, Fifi. There's some protests going on. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to watch some of this business scenes that was released, and I'll put up the Holly Bobo trial also. And that's pretty much all that will be for tonight. And thank you all for being here and joining. Okay. This is kind of a... Oh, hello, Aaron. Good to see you. Welcome. Hello, my Diamond G. Welcome to the chat. And recovering. Abs said she was in the hospital recovering. So she was the one in the hospital, not myself. Okay. Hope y'all had a good day today. And already this is very comical, the way she looks on the screen. She is very... You know, they have to go wheel her out on this thing. It's quite humorous, indeed. Yeah. All right. That's Darrell's baby mama. Okay. Okay, thank you.
The court will call 24 CF 1048, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Shabusiness appearances.
The state appears by Assistant District Attorney Tessa Button.
Your Honor, Attorney Christopher T. Freilich appears today with the defendant Taylor D. Shabusiness.
All right, this matter is set for a sentencing hearing today. Previously, Ms. Shabusiness had entered a plea to an amended count of disorderly conduct. We then set it for a sentencing hearing today. Is the state prepared to proceed to sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Button, are we in compliance with victims' rights?
We are.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do intend to play the video if you give me just one moment here.
Sure.
Make sure the sound's working.
Can you see
You're in the bathroom. I'm in the bathroom. Oh, you're not?
What is that in your ears? What is it?
Tampon.
I'm telling you, I will give this woman credit. She is very creative. Very creative, for sure.
Stop resisting! Stop! Stop resisting!
This is a little action movie going on with her scared, and the mass screeching. The screeching is also quite intense going on. Yes, she's very strange indeed. Absolutely. like some WrestleMania with this one. Yeah, she's very strange indeed. I agree.
North Room between R82. Stop! Stop resisting! Get out of the way.
And I'm going to give the jump drive to the clerk so that that can be part of the record. And I apologize, I did stop this at 2:30.
Making a bunch of faces. Wow. Thank you, Aaron. Yes, absolutely. Right. Yeah, The Undertaker. Yeah, definitely. That certainly is some type of... And yes, absolutely, Aaron. Yes. And Remy, The Undertaker. Yes, absolutely Undertaker-type vibes going on here. Right.
35, and I started it at approximately, it was about 2:33 or so.
All right.
Who the hell is this guy?
That's somebody else for a different case.
She's like Wade Wilson. Wade Wilson accumulated a lot of weight on himself when he got locked up. He blew up like a balloon. Yeah. G said, attorney saying she didn't mean it, and her face is like shocked. Every time he talks about her life, she gives a look like, really, that's me, my life. I was nervous she'd clock this attorney too. She definitely is on a spring tension. Wait, Wilson. Yeah, she's definitely on a spring tension. And she's like on a snap, and she's acting like, oh, she's all surprised. I think her emotions are very exaggerated. Like she's genuinely confused looking, but she's not really confused. And Fifi says there's a few that are fatty. Yeah. So definitely. Yeah, we'll see if it's recorded on here, if she spoke or not. I'm sure it was a bunch of nonsense if it was.
Thank you. No, that's just the split or something. That's nothing in our case. As far as argument, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what was that, Judge?
Your argument?
Thank you. Obviously, when we look at these kinds of cases as it relates to violence within prisons and jails, they are serious, whether it be violence toward other inmates or correctional staff. Other staff deserve to be able to go to work without being injured and without being scared of being injured. And I know the victim in this matter wanted me to inform the court that as a result of this, she was not able to return to work due to some injuries that were obtained as a result of the incident with Ms. Shabiznis, and that due to the long-term effects, it would have been able to affect her being able to do her job as a corrections officer. And so she wanted me to share that with the court, that as a result, she was not able to return to work. And so it is serious when we look at that. Obviously, with Ms. Shabiznis's background as it relates to the fact that she is in prison for life due to a first-degree intentional homicide conviction out of Brown County from 2023, as well as mutilation of a corpse and third-degree sexual assault. Any sentence she receives here, essentially, she's already in prison for life, so it's not as though it would add essentially additional time. However, it does need to send a message that whether you're in prison for life, whether you're...
Exactly, Remy. She acts up because she wants to be famous. Right. Yeah, she wants to be famous, and like, similar to Brooks, where he wanted to make a scene in the courtroom. She wants to make a scene in the courtroom and try to stand out and be remembered. Yeah. I didn't see anything about her winking. Interesting. Okay. Darrell Brooks, baby mama, right there. Yeah, absolutely.
You're not in prison for life, that violence against staff members in prison, violence against other inmates will not be tolerated. And so I would ask the court to impose a 90-day jail sentence. That's the max. Whether it's consecutive or concurrent, obviously she's in prison for life. But when we look at the seriousness of this, I think it's important to send that message. And so other convictions include felony fleeing, resisting, obstructing from 2020, and a 2020 conviction for battery or threat to a law enforcement officer. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Freilich.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Taylor Shabusiness, I believe, is 28 years old. She was born in Evanston, Illinois, moved with family to Green Bay, Wisconsin in 2008. I believe in 2021 she lived with her grandparents and then came back to Wisconsin in January of 2022. I think Taylor Shabusiness is of average intelligence. I think she...
Murray says Darrell can't help himself. I think DB really believes his own grew up. But TS and double W are fame hoes. Well, they are certainly fame hoes. I thought she was 40 as well. I didn't know she didn't look 28 to me. Wow. Yeah, Darrell really believes his own lies. He definitely does. Yeah, he thinks he's the one in charge. He thinks he's the one that was wronged in that situation. Right.
She's got adequate written and verbal skills. I think she can think and act on her own. She did attend Bayport High School from September of 2012 to December of 2014 in Green Bay. Then she went to live with her grandparents and went to high school at Cotulla High School in Texas from January of 2015.
Okay, they want to be on South Park so bad. Right, Remy. Okay, thank you, Fifi.
To June of 2016, and she graduated. She excelled in science. She liked economics. She liked physical education, social studies. She's had different jobs in the past, notably Saputo Cheese from 2017 to 2020. I know that she told me that she was certified as a forklift driver, and she worked in the sanitation department for some different companies. Obviously, at this time, she's serving out a life sentence at Tachita Correctional Institution. Now that she's off of drugs, I think that she's able to think a lot more clearly. I think she's sober, and I think she's able to maybe possibly participate in some programming. I think she's a dual diagnosis person, Your Honor. I think she's got some severe mental health issues, and she's got some severe AODA issues or drug addiction issues, and she could benefit from some treatment. I believe that she's been in custody since February 22nd of 2022. She's had a lot of time here to be sober, be drug-free, be free from the grips of meth. I know that she's got a lot of family.
Remy said, jailed for life at 28, what a waste. Yeah, Remy, because it's all those years are going to be wasted sitting in a cell and having to deal with all kinds of other weirdos in there. So it certainly is a waste of time. There's going to be the cell block bosses and managers. There's going to be all kinds of evil she's going to have to deal with. in there, and the food's gonna be Temu Sheen food. Yeah, meth. Yeah, Remy, it's like a stereotype. It's right there. So yeah, it's certainly a waste. Like 20, 30 years, 40 years just sitting there. Plus, you know, it's someone's whole lifetime just sitting there from here on out. So I do think it's cringe. G said, I think she's too far gone. If this is her on medicine and drug free and better, she's still this bad. Yeah. It's absolutely unbearable to with someone that's like that on medicine, like when's drugged out. It's they have them on a sedative or something, and they still act crazy. It's insane. Hello, Dodgers. Let's go, Dodgers. Hey, buddy. Always good to see you, my friend. This is someone called Taylor Shabusiness. And she's 28, and she's, strapped to a wheelchair. Hello, Danielle. Good to see you.
Family in Texas and Ohio that care about her. And I think my client does want to become a better person. Certainly, whatever happened here at the correctional facility was difficult, was inappropriate on her part, but July 24th, 2024, she asked for access to care because of a staple in her arm. I don't know how that happened, how that got there. And then a nurse came in, and she was told that she had to get up on the table in the medical room. And then at some point, the tray was grabbed. My client was then pushed to the floor. She told me that she had OC spray in her face. But regardless of what happened here, I think my client realizes that she could have avoided this, and she should have handled things a lot more differently. But this lady she's been through a lot in her life. I know that she struggles with the loss of her mom, Marla, who passed away in 2009, and she had a brother, Arturo J. Coronado, AJ. He died in a motorcycle accident, I think in July of 2022. So, and I looked at all kinds of other records from the prior case and from this case. I think my client does have some depression issues, some other mental health issues that, she needs a professional to help her work through. I think she needs some treatment. I think she's got maybe some PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't think she's a throwaway. I think she's someone who needs some attention. And I know that I think counseling can help her overcome some of the maybe the anger issues and other issues that she has going on in her life. But I think she did get scared. I think she was afraid when the nurse started to take that staple out of her arm. And I think my client knows that she should not have done what she did. But, when a staple or stitches or anything is removed from your arm, it could cause pain.
She's huffing and puffing. Hello, Roxy. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. If she's huffing and puffing and having a tantrum right there, wow. That's something else. Yeah, scared. Yeah, viewer discretion is advised. Trigger warning for chat. It's a close-up.
And it may have been a reaction to pain. Not really sure. But the resolution here has been a disorderly conduct misdemeanor offense. I'd ask for you to consider 10 days jail, concurrent to any other sentence, and pay court costs. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Business, you have a right to address the court. It's called your right of allocution. Is there anything you want to tell the court before I pronounce sentence?
Well, I ain't no reason, and I didn't mean to go off on that like that at all. And
Just a bunch of trash just comes out when she opens her mouth. You'd slap the smirk off her face. I don't blame you, definitely.
And I'm sorry for that, how it came off like that. It didn't mean to happen that way, and it shouldn't have. And I should get 10 days at least on the bracelet or something like that.
All right. The court is supposed to consider three things at sentencing: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the
Yes, that is her voice. That is true.
public, and your character, what kind of treatment needs that you may have. As far as the seriousness of the offense goes, it's a assaultive behavior in a confined setting, in a prison setting. It's serious for that. It was amended down to disorderly conduct. I think that amendment probably adequately addresses the facts of the case and takes into consideration your agreement to enter a plea to that count. But again, it's serious because the incident happens in what should be a secure setting. Not only is it a place that people are being housed, taken from society, but there's COs that work there, there's medical staff that works there, there's social workers that work there, and they should be protected as well. The need to protect the public, miss your business. Due to your current situation, the public at whole maybe doesn't need to be protected from you. But as I said, the other inmates and the workers at Techeetah, they should be protected from you. And so this kind of behavior is inappropriate, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous to yourself as well. You could have been hurt, seriously injured, or anybody else that's involved in the situation.
She's got a smug look on her, a side eye. That's what she does, a side eye.
I do know you're here to take responsibility for your actions. I give you credit for that. I think that goes to your character. I also think that your willingness to accept responsibility played a part in the state's amendment from a felony to a misdemeanor. And so I think that's addressed in that regard. Given all that, given the maximum penalty you face potentially is 90 days in jail or $1,000 fine, the court does find a maximum sentence is probably appropriate. The court will sentence you to 90 days in the Fond du Lac County Jail. That'll be consecutive to any other sentence. Miss your business. You have a right to appeal my decision. You go over that with your attorney. I would just ask you to sign that paperwork and file it with the court before you leave. I don't believe that she would have any credit. Is that correct, Mr. Freilich?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Given she's serving a sentence. Okay.
Yes.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Freilich, anything?
No, nothing further.
Miss your business. Do you understand your sentence? Do you have any questions about it?
I'll do the 90 days.
Okay. I would just ask you, Mr. Freilich, if you'll go over the appeal paper with her and file it with the court before you leave, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. This is like the part where she was talking again.
Early conduct. So,
Hello there, Pussycat. Good to see you. Welcome.
And I didn't mean to go off on that like that at all. And I'm sorry for that, how it came off like that. It didn't mean to happen that way. And it shouldn't have. And I should get 10 days at least on the bracelet or something like that.
all right. The court is supposed to consider three things at sentencing: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and your character, what kind of treatment needs that you may have. As far as the seriousness of the offense goes, it's a assaultive behavior in a confined setting, in a prison setting. It's serious for that. It was amended down to disorderly conduct. I think that amendment probably adequately addresses the facts of the case and takes into consideration your agreement to enter a plea to that count. But again, it's serious because the incident happens in what should be a secure setting. Not only is it a place that people are being housed, taken from society, but there's COs that work there, there's medical staff that works there, there's social workers that work there, and they should they should be protected as well. The need to protect the public, Michigan business. Due to your current situation, the public at whole maybe doesn't need to be protected from you. But as I said, the other inmates and the workers at Techeetah, they should be protected from you. And so this kind of behavior is inappropriate, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous to yourself as well. You could have been hurt, seriously injured, or anybody else that's involved in this situation. I do know you're here to take responsibility for your actions. I give you credit for that. I think that goes to your character. I also think that your willingness to accept responsibility played a part in the state's amendment from a felony to a misdemeanor. And so I think that's addressed in that regard. Given all that, given the maximum penalty you face potentially is 90 days in jail or $1,000 fine, the court does find a maximum sentence is probably appropriate. The court will sentence you to 90 days in the Fond du Lac County Jail. That'll be consecutive to any other sentence. Ms. Shabusiness, you have a right to appeal my decision. You go over that with your attorney. I would just ask you to sign that paperwork and file it with the court before you leave. I don't believe that she would have any credit. Is that correct, Mr. Freilich?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Given she's serving a sentence. Okay.
Yes.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Freilich, anything?
No, nothing further.
Ms. Shabusiness, do you understand your sentence? Do you have any questions about it?
I'll do the 90 days.
Okay. I would just ask you, Mr. Freilich, if you'll go over the appeal paper with her and file it with the court before you leave, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. With that, we
All right, the court will call 24 CF 1048, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Shabusiness. Appearances.
Gordon Leach for the state.
Taylor Shabusiness is personally present. She is in custody with attorney Curtis Jelka.
All right, this matter is set for a preliminary hearing today. Mr. Jelka, what's the status?
Your Honor, my understanding is we are proceeding.
All right, Mr. Leach.
Your Honor, I'm just checking in on the status of my officer. I expected her to be here, but I'm also having connectivity problems here. I might need to run upstairs and see if she may be upstairs. If I can have him.
Sure.
And Judge, it sounds like just one witness.
I want to make clear that what I'm playing right now is old footage. Right now it's old footage from 7 months ago. So I decided to react to more of her videos.
We're asking for a sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Whoa. That's the scene when she tried to attack the attorney. So let's play that. This is old footage, by the way. Let's play that again.
Like just one witness. We're asking for a sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
All right. We're off the record.
I said I wanted Pop-Tarts. Hilarious, careful. Okay, scared.
Convicted killer Taylor Shabusiness tells all.
I sucked his and cut his head off at the same time because the only SD that I would ever be doing would be sucking.
The murder and the case we're talking about today, the one is murdering her lover during sex, decapitating his body, and then leaving dismembered body parts across the city of Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Damn, the head. Yeah, I can't believe I left the head alone.
And what may be the most disturbing of all, beyond the fact that Shabiznis sexually assaulted the victim after his head was cut off, is that his own mother found the victim's head in a bucket beside his severed penis and a Jolly Rancher.
Are you positive my son's head is in a bucket?
That's how she put it. I found my son's head in a bucket. So I'm dumbfounded. Didn't believe her.
Here's what happened. On February 23rd, 2022, dispatch in Green Bay, Wisconsin gets a disturbing and unexpected 911 call.
I have no clue what's happening. My girl swears that she's found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Did you go down there?
In a bucket. I went down. I can't tell what the I'm part of my language. I'm kind of a little freaked out.
It was a shocking and disturbing allegation that the dismembered head of Shad Thyrion was in a 10-gallon bucket.
Tara had woken me up and said she thinks she found Chad, her son's, that's how she put it. I found my son's head in a bucket. So I'm dumbfounded. Didn't believe her. Thought she was having a mental issue or something.
That's Steve Hendricks. He was dating Shad's mom at the time of his murder. He's the one who called police after finding this.
I go downstairs and see what the hell she's talking about, and I can't see anything, so we go back upstairs and contemplate what the heck to do.
So I guess what do you do specifically when you go downstairs?
I went to the basement and observed a bucket that she said, but I don't know, my mind blocked it out. But all I seen was like hair, like an animal, or so. I didn't know what the heck.
And I want you to keep in mind, Green Bay, Wisconsin is a small town. Technically a city, but I call it a town. Almost everyone knows everyone. It has this small town feel. And yes, murders, crimes do happen from time to time, but nothing ever like this. So when police arrive to this home, they're skeptical at first until they get a closer look at the crime scene.
At the bottom of the stairs to the right, there was a green bucket with a shower towel on top of it, just to verify we had an actual head in the bucket. Lifted the towel off, and there was, in fact, a human severed head in the bucket.
The head belonged to 24-year-old Shad Thyrion, who was...
Rest in peace to the victim. I don't know if he really looks his age either, but I guess the drugs and stuff will do that if he was taking drugs. But anyway, he certainly was in a... chose the wrong person to be with. Yeah, Wisconsin keeps getting freaks, and recently this year we had a trial with the same prosecutor from Brooks's trial. So yeah, they seem to have some weirdos over there. Not shout out to Wisconsin, there's cool people there, but there's some people in Wisconsin that have some problems. Yeah, I agree, Remy. Definitely awful.
Was last seen with his one-time girlfriend, Taylor Shabiznis.
Hi, Taylor. How's it going? Officer Russell with the Green Bay Police Department.
That's video of Taylor Shabiznis' arrest on the other side of Green Bay, not long after Shad's remains were recovered. And here's where we have to insert some new information from Shabiznis herself. For a few months now, Law and Crime has been working to get a sit-down interview with Taylor Shabiznis. Now, the prison in Wisconsin has denied this request, so we don't have video of the interview, but we do have audio because Shabiznis gave us the okay to record our phone conversations with her. So here's the first question. At the time of her arrest, was she thinking of going on the run?
She got a full pair of boxers on her head and her neck. Right there. And she looks like she's like inside of a toilet. That's wild. Waukesha is wilding. Yes. That is true, careful.
I mean, that's definitely what I should have done, you know. That's definitely something that, like, any right-minded person would have done. Mm-hmm. That's definitely something that you could have done, but what I did, I stayed in town. I stayed in town and I was chopping it up with my roommate.
Shabusiness was pretty straightforward in our conversations, and she was the same way after her arrest, too. She admitted to all of the gory details in her police interviews. Take a listen.
You two being intimate, having sex.
It was getting there.
It was getting there, okay. So will this be considered foreplay?
Yeah, it was. And then, I don't know. And then, I just didn't stop. I don't know why. I didn't stop.
You guys done something like this in the past?
Not like that.
Do you use manual strangulation during sex at all?
In our conversations, and she was the same way after her arrest, too. She admitted to all of the gory details in her police interviews. Take a listen.
You two being intimate, having sex.
It was getting there.
It was getting there, okay. So will this be considered foreplay?
Yeah, it was. And then, I don't know. And then, I just didn't stop. I don't know why. I didn't stop.
You guys done something like this in the past?
Not like that.
Do you use manual strangulation during sex at all? The shed like that?
A manual strangulation? Yes.
He likes strangulation?
I don't know.
You know what I'm
Yes,
talking about?
he does. Yeah.
What'd you do with the body?
The body's there. Yeah. It's,
So we're gonna take the head somewhere?
I like that.
You liked it?
Well, you're gonna have fun trying to look for all the organs, but, yeah, there's...
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I know. She just honestly talks about what she did in the most she's acting like she took a trip to a Burger King or McDonald's or something. Like, she's talking real casually about it, too. Hilarious, Lori.
They're all dismembered. Yeah.
So you dismembered the body too?
Yeah.
Well, what did you do with the body parts?
They're in the house.
Somewhere?
They're like, yeah.
Basement, upstairs, downstairs?
Absolutely in the basement. I was gonna bring them with them. And then, I know I forgot the head. I wanted the head.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yeah, it's in the van.
What?
It's in the van. It's, what is it? I don't know, a foot maybe.
The what?
I think it's a foot.
A foot in the van?
A leg maybe. I don't know. I'm like, I'm gonna bring it all, and then I'm like, man, this is messy, so then I just left it. I got lazy.
Okay.
I got lazy, and that's what I did, so I'm like,
How did you dismember his body?
knives.
With what?
Knives.
Knives? Just more than one knife?
About 4.
Where'd you get those from?
Kitchen. So I couldn't find mine, and I wasn't sharp enough.
You weren't sharp?
No. It was alright. Bread knife works good.
Bread knife?
A bread knife works good, yeah.
Really?
I had to use what I used, so like, yeah. I got lazy last night, so
Where would these knives be now?
they're in with all the organs and all the body parts.
And where was that?
In the black bag. It's in the black bag right now.
In the basement?
Hello, Saw Girl. Good to see you. All right. Hey, is she cray cray, or is it just my imagination? Oh, just kidding. How are you tonight? I am doing fine. I saw the doing things with pets, and I got some stuff done. I was researching some things, mysterious things that happened in different military scenarios, like it's kind of like supernatural stuff, but it's like a mystery case. So that's what I've been doing. I am doing fine. Thank you for asking. How are you? I hope that you are well too. And she is certainly, in my opinion, cray cray, she belongs in a circus or behind bars. It is she lacked self-control like Brooks did. She acted on it, and she didn't have the boundaries to stop her shark frenzy, in my opinion. And she wants to do it intentionally.
It's in the basement. They're all in the basement.
Here's what Shabusiness told police at the time. She was having sex with Shad. Then she started to strangle him with a chain. She said even when his face turned purple, she just kept going. After that, she dismembered his body with knives that were taken from his mom's kitchen. After that, she hid the remains around the basement and in a minivan she had been borrowing from one of her friends. Now, those clips that we just played for you were from her police interview in 2022.
Behind bars forever are given the penalty of deletion. Well, they don't have that over there, but that's what they should do. But yeah, definitely behind bars. I think that's the best option too. Halloween. I watched wartime stories on YouTube and love it. Sounds like the type of thing you mentioned. Well, Lori, you see, great minds think alike, because that's exactly the channel I was watching. Yeah. I was watching the one about the captain of the sail ship that wasn't nice, that they got rid of him. I was watching some of the other ones, some other wartime stories. Yeah, and so yes, that's what I was watching earlier. I like this. My favorite one's the submarine one. With her rep, maybe she'll be left alone in jail. Yeah, maybe they'll leave her alone. That's a possibility. Or maybe they will certainly want to stay away from her as long as she doesn't hurt other people. That's good. I'm being targeted for the decline of my health. I stick with cats for good reason. Deleting this... Okay. Okay, Pussycat. Understood. I'm not the most popular individual in the trial world myself, so welcome to my world. And we love you, Pussycat. You've always been very sweet, kind to me. I remember the nice videos and the streams of the cats, so prayers for you. Hope everything gets well. Okay. Yeah. So, Lori, shout out to you. I'm glad that you and I had the same taste in videos. And shout out to everybody here as well, hanging out with us. All of you are cool people. Yeah, you're welcome, Pussycat.
Not long after the murder. But here's what she told Law and Crime just this month. And note, she pre-wrote this description of what happened and she read it out almost like it was a poem or something. Take a listen.
I was on the run in Texas after having my baby taken. I decided to make things right and clear up north. When I got back, they put my on the bracelet. I went to buy a bag on the low, so I went to my ex, who was a Satan disciple, and family, we all Latin kings. So we beefing. We don't with SDs. I gave him $100 for the bag, and the bag was $50. He pocketed the cash. Me and him and another homie all soaked up, and then my homie left, and I went to drop off my ex, and he wanted before I left. So I went into the basement, and he went and pulled out 2 chains. I asked him, where my money at, fool? And he said, I ain't got it. So I took a chain, I put it around his neck, and I asked him again, where my at? He didn't respond. His face turned purple. There was blood coming out of his mouth. So I laid down on the bed.
She certainly would be in Fight Club. She's she should have been in the army or something. Yeah. She's wicked and a tough cookie. Good grief. Wow. Scared. Yeah, she does look different in the picture. Yeah.
And to listen to his heartbeat, and I said, damn, this motherfucker's still beating. I went upstairs to grab a kitchen knife. I went back downstairs, took off his pants. I sucked his cut his head off at the same time, because the only SD that I would ever be doing would be sucking. Then I chopped his off and conceal the crime. I used a nearby shower drain to pour out the blood and put in bags and boxes around the basement to store the body parts in, and plastic bags for the organs. I was covering up his body, and while the people were entering the basement, I would continue to cut him up, and then and I would cover him up, and then when they would leave, I would cut him back up, and then I headed out to the truck, and I started loading up the body parts in there, and then I went back to the apartment I was staying at after chopping it up with my roommate. I went to go get rid of the body, and then there was cops surrounding the place with their guns out telling us to get down, get on the floor, and that's why I'm in custody today.
Shabusiness also gave us some more information about what led up to the murder.
Well, what went down was I had bought a bag of dope. I bought it for $50, but I gave him $100 and he didn't give me my $50 back. And what went down between the whole thing, he was a SD, and then I was a Lion King, and then I wasn't supposed to be doing my with my ex, but that's what went down. And SDs and Lion Kings, they ain't good.
Shabusiness mentions in that recording, and according to her poem that she read out, that Shad Thyrion allegedly had stolen from her, and that's why she says she, quote, took him out.
I wasn't supposed to be doing business with my ex, but I did, and then what he did, he pocketed the money that I was supposed to have, so I went out and took his out for that. As soon as that went down, I started chopping up the body, because I did one thing for sure. I did have, I had a lot of motherfuckers out there.
Taylor Shabusiness was eventually charged with first-degree intentional homicide. She was also charged with third-degree sexual assault for assaulting the body after Shad Thyrion was already dead. But on top of all of this, she was also charged for mutilating a corpse. So why desecrate the body in that way?
That I can conceal this crime, I chopped up his body. And then, there was a lot of things going on.
Keep in mind, she's very casual how she talks about it. She sounds like Chola. Yeah, Remy, that has to be haunting for the rest of her life that this happened. Yeah.
And right here is where the Jeffrey Dahmer comparison comes in. In all, Jeffrey Dahmer was convicted of 16 murders in the early 1990s, and I would say he's one of the more notorious serial killers there is out there for the grotesque aspects of the case. I mean, it's involving cannibalism and necrophilia on top of murder. So Dahmer, of course, comes up when we're talking about Taylor Shabusiness because, first of all, they've got the Wisconsin connection. But second of all, he also came up in Taylor Shabusiness's search history. Here's a clip from her trial.
Were there several searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer and other items on the device that were consistent with Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes. Things such as flaming pentagram, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Because it's always the question, should we have the person released and out on the streets? That's the question of the hour. And if she got out, she probably would do it again. So that's why it's best for her to be locked up. Definitely not safe. And she wanted to cut him up for no reason. Was she trying to hide the body or hide evidence? Was she just doing it to be sadistic? All right. And Aaron said, Piff, nothing compares to Brian Walsh's search history. Yes, that's true. There you go.
Things like that. KKK, I believe, is one of them.
And Detective, did you note the dates and times of the respective searches that you believed were relevant?
It was around the time of the homicide.
And there's a now infamous photo of Taylor Shabusiness smiling next to a photo of Jeffrey Dahmer.
A photograph of my client, Taylor Shabusiness, either laying on a bed or sitting, and then there's a phone next to her and the phone has a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on her phone, so they're together. We all know that Jeffrey Dahmer was the worst serial killer in Wisconsin history. There are a lot of negative memories and thoughts and commentary.
Whoa, everybody, hold up. Y'all's telling me that Jeffrey Dahmer was from there too? So not only all the other people that are from there were Brooks, and they're all from the same place. I don't know something. Although people could overcome whatever's in their genes, are they all like genetically related to somebody and they acted on it? This is weird. I don't know what's with the crime from this area in this magnitude. And Dodge said that's the most least disturbing thing she did. Right. Oh, you can see her face getting more frowny. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Careful. Oh, welcome back, Pussycat.
People watch that trial on TV with Attorney Boyle and Attorney Wendy Patrikas in Milwaukee County. The state is trying to link my client with Jeffrey Dahmer by offering these exhibits.
Shabusiness explained all of this to Law and Crime.
I had my niece with me, and she was watching a whole lot of series on Dahmer. A whole lot of series on Dahmer, and then everybody thought I was dating Dahmer, so people were laughing at my saying I was dating Dahmer. I took a picture with his and then I was trying to put it on a blow-up doll, a customized blow-up doll. Mm-hmm. His face, and then send it off to one of my friends.
In the phone calls with us, Shabusiness says she admits to the crime. She admits to murdering Shad Thyrion and dismembering his body. But she says she's no female Jeffrey Dahmer. She's only killed one person.
Yeah, she only killed one person, so it's okay. It's all okay. Sarcasm. It's like, one thing we could agree on is that the type of murder she did was similar to what he did. It's a similar type of murder.
And I mean, there's mother out there that, you really want to you beef with hard. I mean, yeah, you want to murder mother, but I mean that's what other mother they be saying on my name that I've killed more than one, but man, I'm trying to work on this appeal, and get out.
Throughout the call, we asked Shabusiness about the crime, but also her personal background, what she wanted to be when she grew up, or what she daydreamed about. The other voice in this clip that you'll hear is our booking producer, Diane Kay.
I would like to be a teacher, or I'd like to be a whatever,
I'd like to be still slinging my pussy on the street, but, over here it's all right.
Okay, all right. Well, that makes sense.
Law and Crime also asked Taylor Shabusiness about the attacks of her attorneys because, as we pointed out, there are multiple, and she gave us some background.
The most recent one, when my attorney, he was calling my and he was saying I need another competency here, and he kept on calling my sticking his tongue out at me, and so I went off on his. But the one before that, he was doing the same thing too, saying that about competency. He kept on saying you need more competency hearings. You need more competency hearings. They constantly keep on saying that, and I said no, I'm straight. My dad showed up in the back of the courtroom, and as soon as he popped through, that was my dad's previous attorney too, and then he had just fired his. He said get this guy off your case. So then, as soon as my dad popped up in the courtroom and he sat his down, I already knew it was go time, and that's when I had to go in. So then that's when I went in and I fired it.
Taylor Shabusiness went to trial in July of 2023. She pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, and she stands by that.
Definitely insane. I should have went back to Chicago. I should have went down south, but I didn't do that. I stayed up north. I stayed around in Green Bay. I went back to where my bracelet was at, and to continue going to work and then continue on from there. But instead, like, I just smoked up with my roommate, and that was that.
To be clear, though, Taylor Shabusiness was found guilty and found to be sane at the time of the crime.
The first verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor Denise Shabusiness, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information, dated this date, July 26, 2023, signed by the foreperson. The second verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor Denise Shabusiness, guilty of mutilating a corpse as charged in count 2 of the information, dated this date, July 26, 2023, signed by the foreperson. The next verdict reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor Denise Shabusiness, guilty of third-degree sexual assault as charged in count 3 of the information, dated this date, 26th day of July, 2023, signed by the foreperson.
So she was sentenced to life in prison, which, by the way, is the highest sentence anyone can receive in the state of Wisconsin. They abolished death penalty long ago. Now, Taylor Shabusiness has tried to appeal her conviction, but the court found there are no grounds for appeal. This actually happened recently. She wrote a handwritten note to the court, and here's what it reads in part, quote, I'm a voluntarily dismiss the no merit and extend the time to file a post-conviction motion. So more could be ahead for her in terms of motions. We do know, though, that she's due back in court already in October for a second trial she now faces, this time for assaulting a staff member at the...
Lori said, side note, we had a suspect try to escape through a 300-foot drain pipe yesterday here in Eugene, not far from my house. I'll post the link. My son and I saw a cop, fireman, and waiting for him. Oh, wow, Lori, scared. Thank you for telling us. I'll certainly look at the link. Yeah. No. It has to be, right, hits too close to home, as the saying goes. They were the first state to abolish capital punishment, but they needed it the most. All right, thank you.
Women's prison that she's currently housed in. We'll see what's ahead at Taylor Shabusiness's upcoming trial. Law and Crime does plan to be there, so we'll give you all of the updates. Have
you ever thought about why you have these urges?
Detectives. And days later, when detectives ask why she committed such a gruesome crime, in a bucket at the... 10 months later, the Green Bay Police Department sent us nearly 30 videos amassing dozens of hours of footage. We'll start with Shabusiness's arrest. Thyrion was murdered at his mother's house on the west side of Green Bay, but Shabusiness was arrested at an apartment complex on the east side. This is video of officers arriving at that apartment, looking at evidence on the scene. Investigators find blood in the snow outside near this minivan. Detectives later determined the minivan belonged to a man named Scott Holmes, but Shabusiness was driving it after the murder. Detectives would later search inside the minivan and find parts of Thyrion's remains. Body cam shows that as officers get their first look at the minivan, Shabusiness appears outside. That's when she's taken into custody.
Could possibly be blood. No footprints on the passenger side.
Parts of this audio have been redacted by the Green Bay Police Department, but you can still see what's happening. Taylor Shabusiness is being handcuffed.
Contact you. Anybody else in your apartment?
Largest injury law firm, not actually speaking.
Oh.
Then she makes a remark. Seconds later, Shabusiness is laughing to herself yet again before saying she took him out.
Took him out. Took him out. Woo!
As time goes on, she continues smiling to herself and appears to be mouthing words, but not actually speaking.
Oh.
Then she makes a remark about the afterlife before getting angry again.
We are going to hell. That's up. I'm pissed. I could have went. Holes.
Shabusiness's next remark comes out of left field.
Right in the house.
It's unclear why Shabusiness muttered the name Rittenhouse to herself, but it was likely in response to the 2021 trial of teenager Kyle Rittenhouse. That case also took place in Wisconsin after Kenosha's unrest in 2020. Rittenhouse shot and killed 2 men and injured a third. The case wrapped.
Wisconsin has a lot of activity, all right? This is a joke, if I ever get bored, I'll go out to Wisconsin. I'm joking. Fun fact, in Titanic, Jack Dawson's character was from Wisconsin, in Tripwood Falls. So I don't know, it seems like a mysterious place. I'm telling you, this woman looks like someone is talking to her. I wonder if she was normal when born. She definitely has some serious stuff going on. Yeah, I don't know what her mental status is or what she was diagnosed with. It's something I'll look into, but she absolutely always looks like she's side-eyeing or being kind of suspicious. It's very abnormal behavior. Yeah.
Only 3 months before Shabusiness's arrest, but had a much different ending than her case would go on to have. Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted on all charges, but there's additional footage of Shabusiness in the squad car too.
Oh, I'm going nuts right now.
Okay. You shouldn't be in the back of my car too long, okay?
I'm going nuts right now.
It's not really clear what she's talking about or who she's talking to, but Shabusiness is clearly angry in this video.
I got a big issue right now.
Squad car too was acquitted on all charges, but there's additional footage of Shabusiness in the squad car too.
Oh, I'm going nuts right now.
Okay. You shouldn't be in the back of my car too long, okay?
I'm going nuts right now.
It's not really clear what she's talking about or who she's talking to, but Shabusiness is clearly angry in this video.
I got a big issue right now. Hate that mother. Hate that mother. I hate seeing double. I really do. All the time. All the time. This is annoying as I can't wait to get out of this cops. Yeah, I'm having issues right now because I can't see straight. I can't see straight at all. This is an issue. I can't see straight. And I can't see anything.
While some officers deal with Shabusiness, others enter that apartment complex on Green Bay's east side.
One is right here. I got a door open. It's the front one. Watch the windows.
Watch that front window.
Right.
Watch this.
Any more units over here right away.
At this point, officers take Scott Tomes into custody.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Walk out of the apartment very slowly. Walk out towards me. Hold the traffic. Hold the traffic. Come out towards me. Get on the ground. Hands out at your side, just like an airplane. Do it now. I got at the apartment. Find out if anybody else is in here.
Green Bay Police! If anybody's in here, announce yourself now! Green Bay Police! If anyone's in here, announce yourself now!
What's your name? Are you Scott?
Hands up!
Put your hands up!
Hands up! Walk out of the apartment.
Put your hands up!
Slowly. Walk out towards me.
We're gonna be the arrest team here.
Hold the traffic. Hold the traffic. Come out towards me. Get on the ground.
Good night, Aaron. Thank you for coming. Take care.
Hands out at your side, just like an airplane. Do it now. You're at the apartment. Go ahead.
What's going on here?
Green Bay Police! If anybody's in here, announce yourself now!
No, there's nobody in there.
Is there anything on the
Green Bay
apartment that we need to be worried about?
Police! If anybody's in here, announce yourself now!
Not at all.
What's your name? Are you Scott?
Yes, I am. You know, I just tried calling you guys.
You were trying to call us?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going in and putting right here. I in this closet.
Why are we doing this anyway?
I'll explain it to you all.
Yes. Good night, Queen Aaron. Yes, that's the proper way to say it. Absolutely.
Hold a second here.
Everybody ready?
You have anything on you I need to be worried about?
No.
Okay.
Oh, that was my toe.
Alright. Scott, are these your shoes out here?
What's that?
Hold on, I got to go back there.
Are these your shoes? Okay. These aren't your shoes?
No weapons, no nothing.
Okay. Here, I'm gonna roll you.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey guys, hold on.
Easy.
Yep. It's easy if you fold that.
Okay, I gotta get my
This
shoulder
leg.
out. I gotta get my shoulder out. Okay, you can lay me down now.
Well, I'm gonna have you stand up.
Oh.
Are those slippery
yeah.
yours?
Yes.
Okay, stand up. Ready?
Yep.
1,
ready.
2,
3.
Just face this wall for me. Step up to that wall.
I tried to call you guys and called you back. I was just getting off the phone with you guys. 391-6800.
As Tomes is being detained, he tells officers he just called for police, saying Shabusiness took his vehicle, that minivan we saw earlier.
Now, I live here. Why am I being detained such as this?
So, there's some circumstances that happened where we believe the female is involved.
Yes, you are correct.
What do you mean you're correct?
You are correct.
Okay.
I called the police on her.
Why?
Because she took off with my car earlier.
Okay.
She's on ankle bracelet.
Okay.
I called you guys.
Okay.
I called you guys,
This is for
man.
something way more important than a stolen car at this point.
But still, I called her
We're
on
gonna sit
you.
this way.
At this point, Tomes is in the back of a squad car.
How do you know her?
I've
She
been
just a
taking
friend?
care of her for quite a long time.
Just have you sit in the back here where it's warm, okay?
All right. Again, nothing better be touched in my apartment.
I hear you.
Tomes maintains he called for police help, but doesn't know what's going on with Shabusiness.
I'm trying to figure out why I'm being handcuffed and I'm in the back of the squad car. That is going through my mind rapidly.
Okay, so like I said, we're just detaining you at this point because we're not sure if you're involved in something that
I'm
had
not involved.
Well, I don't know that.
I know that, and I'm telling you that. If I wouldn't be calling you guys the last 10, 15 minutes. You could check my phone.
Okay.
391.
Hello, Mermaid. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you as always. Yeah, poor guy. I agree. Yeah, Lori. The Energizer Bunny would disagree with us.
6800. I've been calling you guys, trying to cooperate, and you're putting me in handcuffs. It's ridiculous.
Right now, you're wanted for questioning. That's all I can tell you.
And what?
Detectives will explain it all.
CIA or some shit?
Detectives will explain it all once we get to the station.
Tomes is taken to the Green Bay Police Department, and separately, so is Shabusiness. These are some of the first moments after Shabusiness's arrest when she's being held at the Green Bay Police Department. You can tell because she's still in the outfit she was wearing when she was arrested. From here, officers take pictures of Shabusiness, the clothes she's wearing, and her hands.
She ended up walking out on us as we walked.
This is really, there it is, okay. Alright, let's see the overview quick. Can you lift your head up, please? Put your arms up.
Put my arms up?
Arms out, just like you have them. There you go.
Good night, Danielle. Thank you for coming.
So arms out again. And keep the arms out for a while.
Get a good one on my thumb.
Alright. Alright, this hand. Can you pull your sleeve up a little bit? Thank you. And then can you turn your hands over for me? There you go. Pull that up a little bit. There you are. Thank you.
Do you need water or anything?
Early on, Shabusiness has read her rights.
We need to get some information from you, okay? But the way you were brought down here, and because you are here, that I need to read you something.
Kat says, do you think she's insane or a devoted gang member? I think she is, her mental state is not, was never, I don't think, or is the best. But she certainly was gang affiliated, in my opinion. But I think she's still guilty, or if she is really insane, she still needs to be locked up. Now, Mermaid says, I think she's troubled and has a pompous attitude. That is also true as well. Two things be true at once. Yeah. I don't know if she was gang affiliated specifically, but it seems like it's possible from what I'm seeing. But definitely there's something wrong with her. Mermaid said, maybe gang affiliated, she's got to be coherent but also disturbed. It's like she's aware enough to do things, but not aware enough to not do things. If that makes any sense. Yeah. Good point.
Call your Miranda rights. Have you had your Miranda rights read to you before?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm going to read them right now, and once we get past these Miranda rights, then you can ask questions, I can ask questions, so we can have further discussion. Okay?
In the same time frame, Shabusiness gives officers the okay to collect some of her DNA.
What we're going to ask is we're going to ask that you consent to give us a buccal swab, which is basically an oral swab of the inside of your cheeks. Why? That just gives us a sample of your DNA. And I have a form here. So is that something that you'd be willing to let us do?
Yeah.
Okay.
A form?
Yeah, sign the form. It's a consent form. I'll explain it to you when I get a pen. And then after that, we're going to swab just your hands for now.
Officials soon ask her how she knows the victim.
He's my ex.
He's your ex-boyfriend?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they found a kind of disturbing stuff at the house there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of blood.
Sawgirl says, well, if it is dinner time for me once again, I do live in Cali, so a lot of times with the family and dinner tonight, going to dinner to talk to her. Okay, thank you, Sawgirl, for hanging out with us for a little bit. Now, I want to make clear about the gang affiliation is a speculation. It has not been officially proven or disproven, but there's speculation that she was. Others think that it was some sort of a ruse to get attention. But I personally think, in my opinion, so just making it clear that it's a speculation. Just to put that out there. But in layman's terms, I do think she was, in my opinion, probably involved with something. The way she talks about the violence, unless she is making it up, she sounds like she could have been involved with something. Especially with the drugs and stuff. But just to make clear, there's not been anything confirmed about her being gang affiliated. Just to, but there's speculation about it. Okay. She said, if she went for insanity, jury would believe it. Like Alien said, she knows she's doing something, but you can see she's just not there. She seemed better closer to murder than she seems now. Yeah. You're welcome, G. You're welcome. Could it be recruitment task? Yes. Yes, exactly, Lori. Okay, Pussycat said her gang members support her in court. Okay, thank you for the info. Thank you. Okay.
When she's left alone, Shabusiness again talks and laughs to herself.
That was weird. It was really weird. It was blacked out moment. Blacked out moment.
Days later, Shabusiness is interviewed again.
I'm going to have this officer just patch it down as part of procedure and take those cuffs off you. Okay.
Hi there. Maybe turn the face away from me. And then I didn't even worry about it.
No.
No. You can step to your right.
We just have, I guess, some more follow-up questions that some people have asked us to ask you. Like we talked to the medical examiner and the forensic pathologist who did the autopsy. We just had a couple questions that he wanted us to ask you too.
Based on the nature of Thyrion's wounds, the medical examiner had a specific question for Shabusiness.
Well, some of the things that, in all seriousness, that like the medical examiner asked me to ask you is do you have any experience like being a butcher or anything like that, in meat processing or deer hunting or anything like that? He just said that, some of the stuff that he saw just made him think that maybe you had some past experience with that type of stuff.
When asked why she committed the crime, Shabusiness didn't have a straight answer.
Is there a particular reason why?
That night's a blur.
Is it blurry?
Real big blur.
Okay. What do you remember?
Oddly enough, I'll say this, I see myself doing it in third person.
Okay.
Weird, but yeah, I'm choking him out and everything, and then just ended that process. It was blurred and long.
This was over a course of quite a big period of time, right? And you were in the basement the whole time?
Yes.
No, I think at one point you told me that.
As part of the open records request, Law and Crime also received an unusual body camera video showing Shabusiness in the front seat of a patrol car in her orange scrubs. The video is dated February 28th, days after she was arrested and charged for Thyrion's murder. Throughout the video, officers drive around Green Bay, searching for an apartment complex with white pillars, but it's not totally clear why.
On the east side or west side?
That side.
Across the bridge?
The thing is, I gotta find this place first, so I'm gonna assume,
Do you think it was east side or west side?
No, it's east side.
Okay.
I just gotta find
When we get on the bridge, we're gonna go to the west side, so give me an area on the east side to get you in here.
You know where Mason is, or?
That's Mason right there, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's
Which way you want to go?
you want to go east or you want to go west?
Yeah, east.
Alright, so we gotta get to Mason Street. They're telling you, right?
During this drive, conversation seems oddly normal as Shabusiness and officers discuss everything from food to music.
So rate of 1 to 10. Rate of 1 to 10, how's that pork sandwich?
Oh man, it was a 6.
6? Not great?
It was good. I just should have got the ribs.
I want to make sure we're thinking of the same kind of building.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yes. This place got good food right there.
Quick Trip?
No.
Little Mexican restaurant there? They do good food.
Really good carnitas and everything.
I really like tostadas and I like tamales.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love tamales.
I love tamales.
Yes. The more authentic, the better. Corn just tastes so good with chicken or... Good 24-year-old lady who likes 80s rock.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure.
I got this on my Spotify.
Listen to SoundCloud?
Hmm?
You listen to SoundCloud? You should listen to my boys a mixtape, Frostbite Season.
Really?
Yeah.
I never heard a song about it.
Expo.
Throughout the recording, the driving officer points out locations as Shabusiness gives directions.
So Mason's one street over, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Want to get on it or you want to go straight?
Just keep going straight. It's somewhere around.
Yeah, I think Mermaid, she says, do you think she started attacking people because she wasn't getting her way? Yeah, I think that's a possibility. But she doesn't necessarily need to have something to tick her off. She probably would have done it anyway without that. So, she was just defective, that would have done it anyway, but I'm sure something probably set her off at the same time. You want to hear her buddy's testimony? Okay, we'll look at it. Definitely. Pussycat says, she says because she loved him. Okay.
Here now, that's all I know.
All right.
Take a right.
Take a right somewhere in here?
Yep.
So this will look for the white pillared apartment building, right?
Yep.
All right. I know of one not terribly far from here, but I don't know one this direction.
Okay.
But we'll go right. If that's where you want to go, we'll go
all
right.
I know is that I remember that starlight right.
And she said it was because they called her incompetent and R-word, so she calls it weird. Do you think he didn't like her because she's nuts type thing? I can tell she is something meth. I don't know what kind of meth they're doing, but it's kind of out of this world. Yeah, so speculating about if she didn't like him, or no, he didn't like her. I'm sure I don't know enough about him to comment about what he would have thought of her, but I would think that if there was a problem, it certainly would have added fuel to the fire, and I wouldn't put it past him to be against her. And Pussycat, what do you think is the reason for all this? With her doing the murder?
There, and that is it. Gas prices went up. Holy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something to do with gas prices.
Remember what color brick or anything that the building I had?
Pillars. That's
white pillars.
Just the white pillars, but
I know a couple houses on the west side that got white pillars, and I know at least one on the east side that's got white pillars over by Preble High School.
somewhere around here.
When I say pillars, no, that's obviously not it. It's a house, but I'm thinking of white pillars like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about those too.
Alright. So we need to find an apartment building that's got those pillars. There's a bunch on the west side.
Yeah. Could have been, but I thought it was on the east side because it wasn't very far from the starlight.
About 30 minutes into the drive, officers asked Shabusiness about the crime.
Do you have any idea why that some of these things
reoccur?
No, I mean, have you ever thought about why you have these urges? Why you like these things?
No.
You mentioned a few times that you're in the head, right? You said that, I think, right?
Yeah.
Is there any reason?
Right, said I remember her acting like she did it for no reason, like a senseless killing that deeply bothered me. Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes people don't have to have a reason to do it. Hello, Doe. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. She was so truthful about the rest, why she would make up the reason, but who can ever know? Okay. Thank you, Dodgers. Okay.
Reason?
I really wouldn't. I wouldn't know how to start to explain myself on that one at all. So I just keep my mouth shut.
Have you talked to any other inmates about what you're in here for?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't like.
Lori says, I've been watching Ripper Street on Peacock, set in London 3 years after Jack the Ripper. It's greatest series. Lots of historical accuracy and great acting, okay. He was her ex. She had feelings for him, and he was opposing gang member, and she gave him 100 to score some meth, but he had no change. They got really hyped, and she murdered him. Okay, Pussycat, thank you for your theory. Okay. Here's for sure something she didn't admit, I believe. I don't get her. She could be hiding something up her sleeve. She could have enough cognitive awareness to do that. Because it just doesn't add up, and that's another way of looking at it through a calculated lens over an erratic killing.
Talking to people, I like staying by myself.
no one's approached you or said anything to you.
They ask if they can make me playing cards.
What I mean about the case. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I I like sticking myself.
Seconds later, Shabusiness is returned to the Brown County Jail.
PD detectives bringing an inmate back.
Going to impose life imprisonment without the possibility of extended supervision. I believe that's appropriate in light of the findings that I've already made.
It's life in prison for 25-year-old Taylor Shabusiness, the woman convicted of murdering and beheading her lover before sexually assaulting and dismembering his corpse.
But when did you start, cutting up his body?
Finding her guilty of
Do some kind of therapy or counseling or treatment program, and then got released and then came to live with you before the baby was born?
I believe so.
Okay. And
I do not know about what happened in Wisconsin. I only know that she wanted to have the baby in Texas with me because I was the only family close to her.
okay. And so she had the baby in Texas, correct?
Correct.
Was that in like October of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And when the baby was born, tell me a little bit about Taylor Shabusiness. Was she interacting with the baby? How did that go? Can you tell me about that?
Yes. Well, she was excited when she found out that about the baby.
While Shabusiness was happy to give birth, Coronado said her granddaughter never had custody of her son.
From your observations of Taylor Shabusiness with the baby, did it appear that she was, connected with the baby, or can you give me any feedback on that?
Yes, she was. She loved her baby. She prepared the things for the baby. Well, because she thought he was going to be coming home. She was setting up things for him, but he never got to come home, and she didn't get to come home either. When she came down, she wanted to be close to somebody, a relative. And so when she had the baby, she was very happy and loved that baby. But it didn't last very long because 24 hours later, CPS came and took the baby away.
When you say CPS, you mean Child Protective Services?
Yes.
Okay, please continue. We're going to say some more.
Yes, I was going to say that after that, well, it was very hard for her. And they had told her that, well, I was there with her when they came and took the baby away, but they said I couldn't bring him home because she was here at home. But she said she would rather go to a shelter so I could bring the baby home. But that didn't happen. She left from the hospital, went to a shelter, but the baby didn't come home to me until a month later.
In the days after his birth, Shabusiness's son didn't stay with her or her grandparents.
We had everything prepared for the baby here at home, and her grandparents, her grandfather and aunt sent her a crib. We had the clothes, everything, waiting for the baby after she was released from the hospital, but she did not come home because CPS would not allow it. We couldn't bring the baby home either. He was placed with another couple, and they told her she had to have to live someplace else, so she went to a shelter, and she was there at a shelter.
But Coronado says she and her husband plan to adopt the boy.
And the plan is likely that you're going to have permanent custody or placement of the child with you and your husband, right?
Well, we're adopting him.
Okay.
We're adopting him. Taylor gave up her rights so that I could have Mateo, because we didn't want him going to anybody else, but to stay in the family.
When asked about her granddaughter's condition, Coronado pleaded for a lesser sentence, even tearing up as she spoke.
They found her guilty and they want her to spend her life in jail. And I think that she has gone through a lot in her short time of being here. She has gone through a lot. There's a lot of things that she has to, losing her mother, her father remarried, then find herself pregnant, and losing her son, and then losing her brother. So that's a lot for a young person to take in.
Coronado agreed that her granddaughter does need treatment, but is still of value to society.
Would you agree that your granddaughter, Taylor Shabizis, needs some drug treatment, some counseling, all of that?
I do. I do believe that she does need some counseling and some help. She needs help.
Do you believe that she has good qualities?
Yes.
What are they?
I believe. She's a very caring person and also very trusting. She trusted people that said they care for her, and actually always she was what can I say, that she always ended up getting hurt because she trusted people thinking they cared, but she's always have had the problem that wherever she goes, people just use her and she thinks they care, but they don't.
Do you believe that your granddaughter, Taylor Shabizis, should be given the chance to possibly be on parole or extended supervision sometime in the future?
I do believe. I know that she committed a crime, and I know that they want her to pay for it, but I believe that she should have the opportunity to come back to society one time and be with her son.
Next, Shabizis' second cousin, Valerie Armour, took the stand.
Describe Taylor at that time in 2013 from what you recall.
She appeared to be a happy 15-year-old girl. She had a great sense of humor like her mother. She appeared to be well adjusted at that time. I enjoyed visiting with her and asking her how her life was going. And I'd always told her I'd be available to her after her mother passed away.
Armour said she'd always be there for Shabizis, again commenting on the hardship in her life.
Did you know about the losses that she suffered in her life? The loss of her mother, Marla, in 2009, and the loss of her brother, AJ, in July of 22?
Yes, I did. I grew up with her mother. We were very close as children. We spent holidays, summer vacations, and weekends together at my grandparents' house in Grove City, because when I was a child, I had moved to the East Coast. But we spend, weeks together in the summer planning our future lives, playing with Barbies. We were very close as children.
Did you talk to Taylor about her feelings and how the loss of her mother affected her?
I did. I remember at Marla's funeral afterwards telling her I would always be available to her if she wanted to know more about her mother. I certainly would be available to tell her what she was like as a child, and I would be available for her the rest of her life if she needed anything. I lived in a different state, but I've always made myself available to her.
Do you have any comments for the court to consider on that particular issue?
I do. I have some comments about that.
Okay, go ahead.
So Taylor, she comes from a loving family. I know her to be loving. I know her to have empathy. She's capable of love. I believe she has suffered immense trauma in her young life. First with losing her mother in 2009. Anytime somebody loses their mother at any age, it's a great trauma and a tragedy. So she grew up without her mother, and then from what I've heard, living with her stepmother and her father, I had always heard that they had slept in the basement. So
who slept in the basement?
That Taylor and AJ had slept in the basement.
Okay.
When her father remarried. We had always heard that in the family. In 2019, we suffered more losses in the family. Taylor lost her grandmother in May. And then in September of 2019, we lost a cousin who was 27 to a motor vehicle accident. That would have been Taylor's first cousin. At that time, at that funeral, when I spoke with her father and AJ, she was doing well. She was working at the cheese factory. Her father, Art, was very proud of her at that time because she was doing well. And then I found out, had lost touch with her during the pandemic and found out about what had happened when we found out AJ passed away July 1st, 2022. That's when all this came out. So she lost her brother to a motorcycle accident. So our whole family has experienced a lot of loss, and Taylor has experienced a great amount of loss. I'm a mental health professional. She has a trauma history, and I believe she has mental health issues. I'm hoping as she goes forward, she can get the help she needs, and with some deep introspection, be able to work on her issues. And I'm here to be as much as I can with her on her next journey of life.
Armour pleaded for the possibility of parole, saying Shabiznis is not a lost cause.
Do you have any comments on whether she should be considered for the possibility of parole or extended supervision?
I would like her to be considered for parole. I would like her to get a chance later in life to get to know her son. I think that would be very important to her, to be able to spend some time with him in person as she gets older, and other family members who are still around. Definitely.
Do you agree that Taylor needs drug and alcohol treatment?
Absolutely.
You agree that she needs mental health counseling?
Absolutely. And she needs to deal with her extensive trauma history.
You believe that she may need medication management?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
Is she a lost cause?
She's not a lost cause.
Is she a monster?
No, she's not a monster.
She needs to be punished, correct?
She does need to be punished for what happened, and my family we regret what happened, and we apologize to Shad's family for what has happened.
Next, it was Shabiznis' father, Arturo Coronado, who took the stand. He again mentioned the hardships after Shabiznis' mother died.
And then your late wife, she passed away. Did that take a toll on your daughter?
Of course.
Can you tell me how that impacted your daughter from what you saw, what you observed?
She was young. I mean, she lost her mother, and it's just hard to explain. But yeah, things aren't the same.
It was a traumatic event for her. Is that fair?
Of course, sure.
And then at some point, the family moved from Evanston, Illinois to Green Bay in 2008. Is that right?
Correct.
And you came to Green Bay because of a job, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you lived here for a while in Green Bay, correct?
Yes.
She went to Bayport High School, correct?
Correct.
She went to Bayview Middle School, correct?
Howard Tomical School District.
Yes. And then at some point, there were some issues at the Bayport High School, and she went to Cotulla, Texas, correct?
Graduate, yeah.
Yeah. And she lived with your parents, Esther and Juan Coronado, in Temple, Texas, is that right?
Correct.
And she graduated?
Yes, she did.
And was that about 2016 or so?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. When you lived with her, was school a struggle for her, or was she able to do the work?
From time to time. I mean, she did okay. She had some issues. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. I'm just going to see if you could just move the microphone a little closer or move a little closer. Because I can't hear you, sorry. Would you help with homework and things like that?
Sure.
When you got remarried, did that take a toll on your daughter, Taylor?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. Did you try to help in that regard to kind of bridge the gap?
Yep.
Okay.
He testified that his daughter is beloved, saying she should not face life in prison.
Strong family support network in the state of Texas and or Ohio?
Sure, everybody loves Taylor.
Think she's a monster?
No.
You understand what she was found guilty of by the jury, correct?
I do.
First degree, intentional homicide, mutilation of a corpse, third degree, sexual assault, all felonies, all repeaters. You understand that, correct?
I do.
You understand the penalties, correct?
Yeah.
And then for the homicide conviction, it's life imprisonment, but the issue is whether she gets the possibility of extended supervision or not, possibility of parole or not. Do you have any thoughts on that? Do you have any comments for the court on behalf of your daughter?
Sure, I don't think she needs life imprisonment. I mean, the mistakes were made, you know, her not being in the right state of mind when it happened, you know, has a lot to do with it. Her whole life, she was a good kid, you know, drugs mess people up, and that's what happened, but I don't think that she deserves life.
You think she should be...
She has a child, you know, and it'd be nice for her to be able to see her child.
You agree she's got to be punished, correct?
Well, yeah. Yes.
Okay. But is it your testimony that you believe she should be given a chance at the possibility of parole sometime in the future?
Most definitely.
Next, Shabusiness's defense attorney Christopher Freilich called toxicologist James O'Donnell to the stand. He spoke of Shabusiness's repeated drug use over the years and on the night of the murder.
Methamphetamine is highly addictive, is that fair?
Extremely highly addictive, one of the most addictive drugs that we know.
Can, based on your training and experience and knowledge, can methamphetamine use cause hallucinations, visual or auditory?
Yes, both. It can cause a form of drug-induced psychosis.
What is psychosis?
Psychosis, the easiest way to describe it is a loss of touch with reality.
Delusion?
Delusions includes hallucinations, just the loss of touch. What they do makes no sense. What they say makes no sense. They're not reasoned with. To use an old term, they're out of it.
If Ms. Shabusiness indicated that she had used 51 hits of methamphetamine prior to the incident on or about February 22nd of 2022, would you have a concern about that?
What I have concern, yes, I've never heard of that much methamphetamine used in one setting.
O'Donnell said Shabusiness's drug use could have sparked mental health symptoms.
In this young lady's life, with a mental illness diagnosis or defect that is principally bipolar, extensive use on that day would cause significant intoxication and impairment. Methamphetamine affects the prefrontal lobe, executive function, judgment, discretion, consequences, and through a mechanism of altering the brain chemistry, principally dopamine and subsidiaries of dopamine and other neurotransmitters. That's the mechanism of the acute use. In a setting of chronic use in similar situations, she's already damaged goods. She already has brain damage from coming into the setting on the date of the homicide and using again. In other words, the chronic use causes over constant daily insults to the brain function, the brain chemistry, the brain substance, such that even without the use of continuing use of methamphetamine, there is chronic damage that is present as a result of that long-term use, such that an individual has impairments to that, again, the prefrontal lobe, the cerebral cortex, deliberation, evaluation, judgment, risk-taking. So on that day, extreme, intensive methamphetamine intoxication. This young lady, because of her mental illness, the use of methamphetamine in the setting of mental illness, bipolar, particularly bipolar that's not being treated with a psychotropic drug, the methamphetamine exacerbates the bipolar disorder. And indeed, for the business.
After O'Donnell's testimony concluded, emotional victim impact statements followed from Theriaun's uncle, Kelly Theriaun.
That there's no excuse for what you've done. I don't care if it's drugs or upbringing, you know. We all go through hard times growing up, at least the majority of us have. You have the opportunity to change that. You have the opportunity to, you know, see that you have a problem.
He called Shabiznes cowardly, saying she planned his nephew's murder.
Basically, to me, you took the easy way out. It's you did the most cowardly, weakest things that you could do possible. You know, you meet a person in school, you say he's your friend, you become friends, you become girlfriend, boyfriend, lovers, gain his trust of an innocent person that's very kind, would do anything for you. And I believe you used that and you had this plan and took your opportunity when you did. There's no excuse, you know, I don't see it no other way. To take advantage of someone's kindness like that, that's like the most irritating thing for me. You know, you get to know somebody and they trust you, and then you do that. You say, and then you say that you're a friend, you're his friend, you said that in the statements. It's like, man.
Kelly Theriaun went on to say his nephew's family may never recover from the shock of his murder.
It's going to be jail, institution, or death. And you chose that path, and you chose the wrong path. They sit here talking about being rehabilitated. Is Shad's mother going to ever rehabilitate from this? No, but you can go to an institution, you can go to prison and try to be rehabilitated, but I don't see no reason why you'd have parole after the doctor had just mentioned once you have so much damage that it's irreversible. You know, so why would don't make no sense to me even to have the option of parole to come back and to gain someone's trust like that again. And, you know, because that is like the lowest thing a person can do. You know what I mean? I just don't understand that.
To end his short speech, Kelly Theriaun compared Shabiznes to prolific Wisconsin serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, who was killed in prison while serving time for multiple murders.
But to take the cowardly path that you did and to make other people suffer because you were suffering is pretty shitty. So that name Taylor Shabiznes fits you well. And I'm not a praying man, but after Judge Walsh here sentences today, I will pray that you meet the same fate as your idealistic Jeffrey Dahmer. So have a good life, Shabiznes.
But it was the victim's father, Michael Theriaun, who made a shocking statement of forgiveness.
Taylor, I just wanted to say that I forgive you for what you've done to my son. And yeah, you made a bad choice, and now you have to live with it. But you know, I'm gonna miss Shad. He was a wonderful child too. Growing up, just mild mannered and just happy, and And I know you made a bad choice, and like I said, I forgive you, and I'm going to ask the judge if he can, if she can see the streets again sometime, It may not be soon, but I believe everybody makes bad choices, and maybe not to the scale, but I think there's a lot of hope for you. I think, you can make use of your time and be a better person and do great things yet, so it does no good for me to hate you, I know you got a heart, I know you got a mind, and I wish you no harm.
With that, Assistant District Attorney Caleb Saunders addressed the court, recommending the highest possible sentence.
This really wasn't a bad decision. It was a series of conscious efforts. It was continued effort over, as she said, 3 to 5 minutes, as she's telling and describing for Detective Groff and Detective Kemp, pantomiming how she's pulling harder, how she's glibly talking about how he's turning purple, and I liked it. I'm pulling harder. He's coughing up blood. I'm pulling harder. I kept going. I was waiting for him to die. This really is an involved process. It's a method of ending another person's life that really is quite significant, and I think evinces some significant concerns going forward, both in looking at the nature of the offense, as we have to, but in looking at some of the other factors the court's to consider, and which I'll be commenting on earlier. It's really one of the most horrific ways to end a person's life. And again, it's bad enough to do to anyone, but as we heard, there was this level of trust and friendship and familiarity between the two, which I think is just really makes the acts of the defendant really incomprehensible in that respect. To engage in the acts that she did with his body, which I'm not going to comment on what those are. The court and counselor are aware of what happened, and the systematic and organized and laborious efforts she undertook. That's nothing we've seen in this county.
Saunders argued it wasn't meth that led Shabusiness to commit the horrific crime or her troubled childhood.
But really, the defendant herself is telling us why this happened, and it wasn't because methamphetamine, it wasn't because of mental illness. She's telling law enforcement why this happened. It happened because she liked it. It's because she wanted to do it. And again, throughout the entirety of this case, we see this underlying motive is essentially, it's kind of consistent, right? We see, and we have seen acts of acting out, both in court and to examiners who are seeing her. It's consistent in the state's view with a lack of remorse. We consider the background of the defendant, and I echo the comments earlier. That's not a childhood. That's not an early adolescence that anyone should have to go through, and that's, it's difficult to hear some of that stuff. But when we consider that sort of background information, unfortunately, we deal with a lot of people who have substance abuse issues in the criminal justice system that lead them to make choices they wouldn't normally make, that leads them to become thieves or become burglars or become misdemeanant offenders. Really, I'm not sure we have a nexus here between that underlying substance issue or mental health history and the conduct that we're sentencing her for today.
Later, Saunders called Shabusiness a threat to public safety, arguing she was not remorseful for committing murder.
Concerning to not only hear the defendant talk about the offense to law enforcement, but the comments that were made in the pre-sentence report, which, as I mentioned, I think evince just an utter utter lack of remorse for what happened. And it's relevant, a lack of remorse, to one's character. Obviously, if somebody's remorseful for their conduct, that reflects favorably on their character, and the state would be the first to acknowledge when that's the case. Here, not only do we have a lack of that, we have really the opposite. We have the defendant in the PSI on page 7 saying, quote, "I don't have any regrets about what I did, and I do not feel remorseful for Shad." So the state's concern really is more, comments like that go more towards protection of the public.
For his part, defense attorney Christopher Freilich reiterated his client is not a lost cause.
What we have here is a horrific situation that happened. It can't be undone. Certainly, the defense agrees that Taylor Denise Shabiznis has to be punished, but she's a young person. She's 25 years old. We can't undo what happened. What we know is that she's got family that supports her, that loves her, family in Texas, family in Ohio, extended family out there. They're all willing to try and help Taylor in whatever way they can. I think that my client, Your Honor, is not a throwaway. She's not a monster. She's certainly got problems, and over time, I think she can get control over her problems, get help, get rehabilitation, and also be punished.
Freilich pointed to Michael Theriaun's statement, saying the court should consider his wishes as father of the victim.
But Taylor is not a throwaway. She's a human being. It's not an eye for an eye. I'm very impressed by Michael Theriaun, Shad Theriaun's father. He has a huge heart, and he forgives my client for what happened, and he, from what I heard, believes that he thinks that my client should be given the opportunity for parole or extended supervision down sometime in the future. And I'd ask that the court consider that. He's the victim in this case, and what he asks of the court should be strongly considered.
Freilich asked that Shabiznis one day be afforded parole, blaming drugs for his client's actions.
This has never been about an eye for an eye. It's about fairness and justice. That my client should be punished, but she should also be given the opportunity to have a chance at the possibility of extended supervision or parole supervision sometime in the future after she gets help. This was one incident. I would argue that my client should not necessarily receive separate punishments, although we have convictions for 3 separate crimes. But it was an incident that occurred on one particular date, February 22nd of 2022, that the sentences should be concurrent. I would argue, Your Honor, and ask the court to consider the fact that this was likely a meth-fueled type of incident on the date of this tragedy. Shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. I think it would be a tragedy to, as an argument on behalf of my client, to give her life in prison without the possibility of parole. I think that the court should definitely take into account what the defense is recommending, what the independent pre-sentence investigation is recommending, and what Michael Theriaun is recommending. I don't believe that my client wanted to do this or liked doing it. I think that she really wasn't able to completely understand or fathom what was going on. And when she was talking to detectives from the Green Bay Police Department, she was still hopped up on drugs. Her mind just wasn't thinking straight. How could it?
Next, Judge Thomas Walsh asked Shabiznis whether she wanted to address the court.
So, Ms. Shabiznis, this is your opportunity to address me. If there's anything on your mind you'd like to say before I pass sentence.
No, there isn't.
Okay.
With that, it was time for Judge Walsh to issue his ruling.
She has a limited court record. Certainly we have pretty much the entire extent of her criminal record in front of us here today. But it's a limited record that reflects on character. She's got a family who cares about her. And although sometimes I think people take that for granted, if you sit in this courtroom long enough, you'll realize that you should never take your family for granted, because so many people come in sitting in that chair in an orange jumpsuit and have absolutely no one who will come in and say, I'm with her. And that takes a little bit of fortitude to come in and do that. And frankly, today she's got extended family that comes in and does that for her, because her direct family are unable to do that for various reasons. And so I think that speaks to Ms. Shabusiness's character, because there's people in this world who find value and worth in her, that they're willing to come in and stand behind her.
While he commended Shabusiness's family members who spoke, Judge Walsh quickly changed focus to the severity of the crime.
I sit in this chair often, and I address situations where people have been have lost their lives, or people have been violated terribly, and I always indicate that really the offense in this case can't be overstated, and that seems very appropriate to say that in most cases when there's been such a death or a violation. But in this case, it seems different. In this case, you seem to run out of superlatives when describing what happened in this case. You really do. The list of superlatives don't seem to measure up to what you see, what you hear about, and what we heard about in the trial. This crime offends human decency, it offends human dignity, and it offends the human community. It really does. When someone loses their life needlessly, it's tragic. It really is. It's tragic for family and friends and community. When life is taken from a person in the fashion that it was in this case, where the victim's remains are cut up and packaged in containers, it's difficult to identify a human nature in those activities. It really is. It's very troubling. It's difficult to recognize the general belonging that most people have for their community. It's difficult to recognize community in anything that happened in this case. This is a small community that we live in, where the web of relationships almost encompass everyone who lives here, such that people look out for each other and care when something bad happens to one of our members. And in a broader sense, the community we exist in is the human community, as I've reflected on, and these actions are foreign to all of that community, and they shock the community beyond the ability to adequately express in words. They really do, and that's the gravity of this offense. That is the gravity of this offense. There aren't superlatives for it. There aren't really words for it.
In the end, Judge Walsh handed down a sentence of life in prison without parole.
Going to impose life imprisonment without the possibility of extended supervision. I believe that's appropriate in light of the findings that I've already made. As far as count 2, mutilation of a corpse as a repeater, Class F felony, I'm going to adopt the recommendation of the pre-sentence investigation writer, 7.5 years of initial confinement followed by 4 years of extended supervision. That'll be consecutive to count 1. As far as count 3, third-degree sexual assault as a repeater, Class G felony, I'm going to impose 3 years of initial confinement followed by 4 years of extended supervision. That will be consecutive to count 2 and count 1. As far as the revocation cases, I'm going to impose 1 year of incarceration on each of those counts. Those will run concurrent to the other offenses. I've reviewed, as I've indicated, reviewed both of the pre-sentence investigation reports. There's certainly valuable things in them. I'm going to, as conditions of supervision, I'm going to require no contact with the victim's family, maintain absolute sobriety, complete SOT assessment and treatment follow-through, obtain and maintain full-time employment. To the extent there's ever supervision, GPS monitoring. I'm going to require an AOD assessment and follow-through, psychological evaluation and follow-through. The recommendations that are contained in the pre-sentence investigation report submitted by the defense indicates or suggests that there be services engaged in for substance abuse and other mental health issues. That's a reasonable suggestion. And I think I've encompassed it in the recommendations that I made, which is there needs to be a compass evaluation and follow through with any treatment recommendations that are proposed, but again, an AODA assessment and follow-through and psychological evaluation so that Ms. Shabusiness can get the help that she needs.
From here, Shabusiness will be transferred to either Tachita Correctional Institution in near...
Another sentence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Shabusiness, this is your opportunity to address me. If there's anything on your mind you'd like to say before I pass sentence.
No, there isn't.
Okay. Very good. Well then, when passing sentence on cases like this, the court has to consider the factors set forth in State versus Galleon. So I have to consider the gravity of the offense, the character of the defendant, the need to protect the public, as well as other aggravating and mitigating circumstances, including rehabilitative needs and punishment and deterrence, and then craft a sentence in each case that's appropriate. In this case, when I consider the defendant's character, I can say that over the course of this case, I've learned a great deal about you, Ms. Shabusiness. First of all, you were born in Chicago, lived there until you were about age 10, 12 rather. You seem to have had a stable childhood. You were loved by your mother and your father and your brother. And unfortunately, your mother passed away when you were 12, your brother passed away in a vehicle accident, and your dad's incarcerated. But I'm confident that all three of them probably still love you very much. Her father's employment was transferred to Green Bay when she was about 12 years old, and hence began the contact Ms. Shabusiness had with this community. She attended Bayport High School. At about 16, she moved to Texas to live with her grandfather. She graduated from high school in Cotulla, Texas, and eventually came back to Green Bay because she missed her father and her brother, which again doesn't surprise me any because, as I've indicated, I think they both love her very much. She's worked in this community. I read over the pre-sentence investigation report that I ordered, and that outlines some work experience that she has, and I think that's a favorable character trait because, quite frankly, not everyone that lives in this community does work. And I think it indicates someone who wants to get out and support themselves and not make anybody else do it. But that reflects on character. She has a limited court record. Certainly we have pretty much the entire extent of her criminal record in front of us here today. But it's a limited record that reflects on character. She's got a family who cares about her. And although sometimes I think people take that for granted, if you sit in this courtroom long enough, you'll realize that you should never take your family for granted because so many people come in sitting in that chair in an orange jumpsuit and have absolutely no one who will come in and say, I'm with her. And that takes a little bit of fortitude to come in and do that. And frankly, today she's got extended family that comes in and does that for her because her direct family are unable to do that for various reasons. And so I think that speaks to Ms. Shabusiness's character because there's people in this world who find value and worth in her that they're willing to come in and stand behind her. So I think that reflects on character. I'm cognizant of the fact that she began using drugs at a very young age. Marijuana at age 12, cocaine at around 18, and methamphetamine at around 18 as well. And we've heard a lot of testimony about drug usage. I don't have any doubt that that has an impact on how people conduct their lives and behave from moment to moment. But quite frankly, as far as this incident and these events go, I think I've spoken to this already in prior hearings, but the fact of the matter is, when I watched the interview with law enforcement shortly after these events, I observed someone who was lucid, understanding what was going on, was tracking what was being asked of her, her answers were tracking. Everything seemed to be together at that moment. I don't really see the influence of drugs now. It doesn't mean it's not there, but I didn't see it in that interview, which is the most close proximity to the events of this night that we have is that interview. And right then and there, she seemed to be very lucid in what she was doing. But I don't doubt that there's a long history of drug use, serious drug use. Methamphetamine is a plague in this community, and it seeped into this case as well. And it's something that we have to constantly fight against. It's not a battle that the system wins often, but we're making some headway, and every little step we take is perhaps one life that can be saved as a result of that drug coming into this community. But it's a big problem, and it is in this case. I've heard about Ms. Shabiznis's mental health history. I've read stacks and stacks of mental health records that have come in as recently as a few days ago, and I read them over. Which allowed me to learn even more about Ms. Shabiznis and about her character and who she is as a person. I've heard about her son who lives in Texas, and I'm absolutely convinced that she loves her son. I'm going to say more about that in a minute, but that's a piece of who she is because she's a mom, and I think that is a title that is a precious title, and it's an important title. I'm also convinced that a person comes into this court with their life up to that point in time as a demonstration of their character. What kind of a person are they? What do they bring to the table as a member of the human community? Not just this community, but as a community, the human community as a whole. And there are some things about Ms. Shabiznis that speak well of that. I was a little bit put off by a statement that I read in the pre-sentence investigation report, frankly, from her father. He said on page 17 of that report, "I feel like the system could have helped Taylor and kind of failed her as well." And I reflected on that because it's difficult to understand who people refer to when they say the system fails people. Because you know what? It's not the job of the system to raise people's children. The system tries to do that. The system is not perfect. Like our fight against methamphetamine is not perfect, but we carry the fight on. People in our community get into the system, be that the court system or the system dealing with child protection. Really, I think what they're referring to, I don't know, but it seems to be the government. The government needs to come in and do more to take care of people who have gone astray, and I'm not sure that that's the case. Nonetheless, attempts are made. Attempts are being made in this courthouse every day, and to suggest that somehow it's the system that failed. It always surprises me a little bit when people come into court. They're coming in an orange jumpsuit and chains to suggest that it's the system that's failed my daughter. There's a certain irony in that. There really is. And it disturbed me when I read that piece. I'm not so sure it's really relevant to what should happen to Ms. Shabiznis, but it was relevant to what I heard from this witness here today, because I think the system does the best it can. It's imperfect, and it has very much to do with the amount of resources that the public wants to put into the system, and those resources are finite. But as I say, in this building, the system is doing everything it can to fight drug use with all of our treatment courts, with everything we do, to try to help push back the plague of drug use that's occurred and that we've heard so much about in this case. So I read that statement. I heard from Ms. Shabiznis's father. He is coming in here to talk about his daughter, who's also going through the system, and I couldn't help but think of everything I heard about Ms. Shabiznis's son. Because it seems to be a cycle. It seems to be just a circle. It's coming around again. So that if he ever finds himself in the situation that his mother finds himself in, where she's the only one he's got left to come in and speak for him, again, I guess it's the system that's done something. But it all starts, frankly, at somebody's home and what they have to offer to their children. And so anyways, I reflect on that. But I'm also convinced that, no one is responsible for where they come from. But you are responsible for where you're going. So there's a lot of tragedy that has occurred in Ms. Shabiznis's life. There really is. I've already reflected on some of that. And it almost seems as if you could apply the phrase, She never had a chance to miss your business. But as I said, you're not responsible for where you come from, but you are responsible for the choices you make about where you're going. And Mr. Business has got to be held responsible for that, and this is the ending of a process that is doing just that. At the same time, I'm absolutely convinced that, irrespective of the sentence that Ms. Shabusiness gets, which in light of these charges is going to be a life sentence, every human being has the ability to move forward and find meaning in their life, and Ms. Shabusiness has that opportunity, just like anybody else in this courtroom. She has the ability to do that, and I certainly hope that for her. But all of those things I reflect on when I consider the character of this defendant. Next, I move on to the gravity of the offense. And I sit in this chair often, and I address situations where people have been have lost their lives, or people have been violated terribly. And I always indicate that really the offense in this case can't be overstated. And that seems very appropriate to say that in most cases when there's been such a death or a violation. But in this case, it seems different. In this case, you seem to run out of superlatives when describing what happened in this case. You really do. The list of superlatives don't seem to measure up to what you see and what you hear about, and what we heard about in the trial. This crime offends human decency, it offends human dignity, and it offends the human community. It really does. When someone loses their life needlessly, it's tragic. It really is. It's tragic for family and friends and community. When life is taken by from a person in the fashion that it was in this case, where the victim's remains are cut up and packaged in containers, it's difficult to identify a human nature in those activities. It really is. It's very troubling. It's difficult to recognize the general belonging that most people have for their community. It's difficult to recognize community in anything that happened in this case. This is a small community that we live in, where the web of relationships almost encompass everyone who lives here, such that people look out for each other and care when something bad happens to one of our members. And in a broader sense, the community we exist in is the human community, as I've reflected on, and these actions are foreign to all of that community, and they shock the community beyond the ability to adequately express in words. They really do, and that's the gravity of this offense. That is the gravity of this offense. There aren't superlatives for it. There aren't really words for it. You can get a sense of it. You can get a sense of it and a feel for it, but there's no really way to express the gravity of this offense. So the need to protect the public is an important factor the court needs to struggle with as well. And in light of what I've just indicated, I think it's plain that there is a need to protect the public in this case. As I said, this behavior seems so removed from the human community as to be unpredictable. It really is. And in a place where this kind of an offense, kind of actions, kind of a crime is possible, with no advanced warning signs, and absolutely anything's possible then. Where this kind of a thing is possible, absolutely anything is possible. And from that, the public needs protection. They really do. I've outlined, what I think are aggravating circumstances in this case. There are mitigating circumstances, as I've said. There's things about Ms. Shabusiness regarding her upbringing and what brought her here, the struggles she's had with some mental health issues, and struggling perhaps in the context of those issues with a family who wasn't always as present as they could have been. Those are mitigating sets of circumstances. But all of those things weigh into what this court has to address. So when I consider what is an appropriate sentence, first, I think the law requires that I at least look at least for some of these cases, take a look at probationary sentences. Those aren't appropriate. They would diminish the severity of the offense. But at this time, given all the factors that I have to consider, it's the decision of this court and the judgment of the law that Ms. Shabusiness be sentenced as follows. As to in 22 CF 363, count 1, that's the first degree intentional homicide as a repeater. It's a Class A felony. Going to impose life imprisonment without the possibility of extended supervision. I believe that's appropriate in light of the findings that I've already made. As far as count 2, mutilation of a corpse as a repeater, a Class F felony, I'm going to adopt the recommendation of the pre-sentence investigation writer, 7.5 years of initial confinement followed by 4 years of extended supervision. That'll be consecutive to count 1. As far as count 3, third degree sexual assault as a repeater, Class G felony, I'm going to impose 3 years of initial confinement followed by 4 years of extended supervision. That will be consecutive to count 2 and count 1. As far as the revocation cases, I'm going to impose 1 year of incarceration on each of those counts. Those will run concurrent to the other offenses. I've reviewed, as I've indicated, reviewed both of the pre-sentence investigation reports. There's certainly valuable things in them. I'm going to, as conditions of supervision, I'm going to require no contact with the victim's family, maintain absolute sobriety, complete SOT assessment and treatment follow-through, obtain and maintain full-time employment. To the extent there's ever supervision, GPS monitoring. I'm going to require an AODA assessment and follow-through, psychological evaluation and follow-through. The recommendations that are contained in the pre-sentence investigation report submitted by the defense indicates or suggests that there be services engaged in for substance abuse and other mental health issues. That's a reasonable suggestion. And I think I've encompassed it in the recommendations that I've made, which is there needs to be a compass evaluation and follow through with any treatment recommendations that are proposed. But again, an AODA assessment and follow through and psychological evaluation so that Ms. Shabusiness can get the help that she needs while she serves this sentence. I'm going to order court costs. It's $538 per count. That's a total of $1,614. That'll be the order of the court. I do need to indicate, as I'm required to at sentencing, that now that Ms. Shabusiness is convicted of a felony, she'll lose her right to vote until it's given back to her by the governor or by state law, and she may not possess firearm or wear body armor. Any other record you'd like me to make, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich, any other record?
Your Honor, the 581 days credit for time served.
Any objection to that?
No, and there's an additional 60 days on the revocation case.
No objection to that.
581 days credit on the first case, and then on the revocation cases, 60 days credit. And that'll be the order of the court. Then, Mr. Freilich, you can go over your client's appeal rights with her.
Yes, I will.
And with that, then, this matter is now concluded. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the next speaker will be a statutory crime victim, so we'd ask the media to be advised of that, Judge.
Okay. I just want to, all right, they're indicating they are going to make sure that they're not video. Okay, if you could just, sir, before you start, if you just state your name for the record.
Michael Therian.
Okay, go ahead.
Taylor, I just wanted to say that I forgive you for what you've done to my son. And yeah, you made a bad choice, and now you have to live with it. But you know, I'm gonna miss Shad. He was a wonderful child too. Growing up, just mild mannered and just happy, and I know you made a bad choice, and like I said, I forgive you, and I'm gonna ask the judge if he can, you know, if she can see the streets again sometime. You know, it may not be soon, but I believe everybody makes bad choices, and maybe not to the scale, but I think there's a lot of hope for you. I think, you know, you can make use of your time and be a better person. And
So then, I know Mr. Saunders, you had indicated there was something. Over here.
Please raise your right hand.
I was strangling.
She was strangling you.
I was never falling down.
It's a group.
Your review of the educational records for Taylor Shabizis, did you make any conclusions about whether she had a budding personality disorder?
No, I did not. No.
Okay. Did you see in the records that she was a really disturbed teen?
Yes, that was my impression.
And did you indicate that you felt that it even went beyond that?
Yes, which was later confirmed when we later received the Bellin inpatient records from when she was 12 and then again at 14, and was diagnosed with a thought disturbance, bipolar 1, depression, severe with psychosis by age 14.
Did you have a chance to review a colleague's evaluation, Dr. Tracy Lucetta?
Yes.
Is she a PhD?
She is a PhD.
And she reviewed or examined Taylor Shabizis in the past, correct?
Yes.
So you had a chance to consider her report, correct?
Yes.
Did you also review Dr. Matthew Seipel's report?
Yes.
And he's a forensic psychologist from the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, correct?
Yes.
And then did you also have the opportunity to review Dr. Christina Engine's report?
Yes.
And these are reports that were conducted based off evaluations of Taylor Shabizis, correct?
Yes.
Before I ask you about whether you agree with their opinions or not, I'm going to ask you about what is your opinion as it relates to your evaluation and assessment of Taylor Shabizis?
My opinion is that she qualifies for the not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. My opinions are that she was not responsible because of a mental disease. She wasn't responsible for the criminal conduct because at the time of the event, she had the mental disease, and it both affected, she lacked substantial capacity to both appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct at the time the homicide occurred, but also she could not conduct, she couldn't conform. She lacked volitional control. She couldn't conform her conduct to the requirements of law. She was lacking in her ability to control herself. The volitional control both was lacking. That's my opinion.
You said that she lacked the ability to control herself?
Yes, at the time of the event.
And do you opine that she has a mental disease or a mental defect or both?
Yes.
Both?
It's unclear. I tried to get her to be evaluated. I suggested she be evaluated as Dr. Lucetta did too, further for possible mental defect, brain issues. That didn't happen, but my impression was that she has a mental disease, which is the most likely bipolar disorder.
Based on your training and experience, can chemicals exacerbate?
They can, yes.
Did you draw any conclusions on whether Taylor Shabusiness has any kind of chronic brain damage?
I couldn't, because that has to be done. For the first step is what we call neuropsychological testing by a neuropsychologist. Pretty elaborate testing. That's the process. And then if those test results are abnormal, then the next step would be a referral to a neurologist and medical doctor who would assess her and then decide whether or not there was enough information from the testing to explore the possibility of some brain defect, brain damage, maybe, yeah. So.
Okay. In your report, your opinions are on the last page, is that fair?
Yes.
And did you talk about her presentation when she presents herself? Do you have comments about that?
Yes, my comments about that are that it's very unusual, what we call presentation. How is she looking? How does she talk? How does she interact? Everything. What's going on in her mind, whatnot. And it's really, really unusual. And I searched my own 32-year memory bank here, and it's exceptionally unusual presentation, how she's coming across to me, the two attorneys, other evaluators in the school.
Would you agree that she has a strange presentation?
She does.
How about her facial expressions? Can you give some commentary on that from what you've seen?
Very unusual. She's been described as smirky. Smirky. She has inappropriate, grinning, weird grinning when she's talking about the crimes. People have interpreted it to be like laughing at what she did. At times, in the jail, with evaluators, with me, at times, briefly, it's very strange. Other times looking, I can mimic it, very scowly. A lot of people interpret it superficially to be grinning. Yeah, grinning it all, but getting a kick out of everything. Not me. Based on my experience and training, that's a psychotic person right there. And that's what's causing this really weird, bizarre. And I'm telling you, to me, it's off the scale. 32 years. I've seen a lot of psychotic people, bipolar, psychotic, manic, and I just haven't seen very many like this. Very exceptional, very exceptional.
Do you believe that she has a genuine mental disorder?
Yes.
Of a psychotic nature?
Yes.
What is the nature?
The best, my best opinion is the bipolar 1, with sometimes with psychosis, sometimes not. But that after we got the Bellin records from 2 inpatient admissions at age 12 and 14, or 14 and 16, let me just double check. Yeah, 14 and 16, she was diagnosed at 14 with bipolar depression severe with psychosis. So that confirmed that's I was thinking about schizophrenia, and sometimes schizophrenia and bipolar are very hard to distinguish. Sometimes not, but sometimes really hard to tell bipolar from schizophrenia. And there's a kind of a combined one called schizoaffective disorder, and that's been applied to her too. But I think based on this history we have from Belen when she was diagnosed with bipolar, and then again at Nicolay when she was 22 years old, also bipolar. My opinion is, based on my experience and training, is bipolar 1. The more serious, there's bipolar 1, bipolar 2. But bipolar 1 can have psychosis, psychotic episodes. So that's my opinion.
The dismemberment process was awful.
For the first time, we're hearing gruesome dismemberment details.
So, when I said an opening on Monday,
Mr. Freilich, this is
Arturo Coronado.
okay. Sir, if you could stay standing and turn and face her, and as best you can, raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Arturo Coronado.
Okay, Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Coronado, good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, how old are you?
51.
What is your date of birth?
5/24/72.
Are you currently married, sir?
I am not.
You.
That's the reason after this one.
The murder of her.
But when did you start, cutting up his body?
Wow, like almost right away. I was sucking and cutting at the same time.
25-year-old Taylor Shabiznis now stands trial for the murder of 24-year-old Shad Therion, who investigators say she strangled to death in February 20. Convicted killer Taylor Shabiznis tells all.
I fucked his.
We don't have video of the interview.
Had sex.
It was getting there.
We don't have video of the interview, but we do have audio because Shabiznis gave us the okay to record our phone conversations with her. So here's the first question. At the time of her arrest, was she thinking of going on the run?
I mean, that's definitely what I should have done, That's definitely something that, like, any right-minded person would have done. Mm-hmm. That's definitely something that you could have done, but what I did, I stayed in town. I stayed in town and I was chopping it up with my roommate.
Shabiznis was pretty straightforward in our conversations, and she was the same way after her arrest, too. She admitted to all of the gory details in her police interviews. Take a listen.
You two being intimate, having sex.
It was getting there.
It was getting there, okay. So will this be considered foreplay?
Yeah, it was. And then, I don't know. And then, I just didn't stop. I don't know why. I didn't stop.
You guys done something like this in the past?
Not like that.
Do you use manual strangulation during sex at all? Is Shad like that?
A manual strangulation? Yes.
He likes strangulation?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking
Yes,
about?
he does. Yeah.
Where'd you do the body?
The body's there. Yeah. It's,
So we're gonna take the head somewhere?
I like that.
You liked it?
Well, you're gonna have fun trying to look for all the organs, but yeah, they're all dismembered. Yeah.
So you dismembered the body too?
Yeah.
Well, what did you do with the body parts?
Oh, they're in the house.
Somewhere?
They're like, yeah.
Basement, upstairs, downstairs?
Absolutely in the basement. I was gonna bring with them. And then, I know I forgot the head. I wanted the head.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yeah, it's in the van.
What?
It's in the van. It's, what is it? I don't know, a foot maybe.
The what?
I think it's a foot.
A foot
leg,
in the van?
a leg maybe. I don't know. I'm like, I'm gonna bring it all, and then I'm like, man, this is messy. So then I just left it. I got lazy.
Okay.
I got lazy, and that's what I did. So I'm like,
How did you dismember his body?
knives,
With what?
knives.
Knives? Just more than one knife?
About 4.
Where did you get those from?
Kitchen. So I couldn't find mine, and I wasn't sharp enough.
You weren't sharp?
No. It was alright. Bread knife works good.
Bread knife?
A bread knife works good, yeah.
Really?
I had to use what I used, so like, yeah. I got lazy last night, so
Where would these knives be now?
they're in with all the organs and all the body parts.
And where was that?
In the black bag. It's in the black bag right now.
In the basement?
It's in the basement. They're all in the basement.
Here's what Shabusiness told police at the time. She was having sex with Shad. Then she started to strangle him with a chain. She said even when his face turned purple, she just kept going. After that, she dismembered his body with knives that were taken from his mom's kitchen. After that, she hid the remains around the basement and in a minivan she had been borrowing from one of her friends. Now, those clips that we just played for you were from her police interview in 2022, not long after the murder. But here's what she told Law and Crime just this month. And note, she pre-wrote this description of what happened and she read it out almost like it was a poem or something. Take a listen.
I was on the run in Texas after having my baby taken. I decided to make things right and clear up north. When I got back, they put my on the bracelet. I went to buy a bag on the low, so I went to my ex who was a Satan disciple, and family, we all Latin kings. So we beeping, we don't with SDs. I gave him $100 for the bag, and the bag was $50. He pocketed the cash. Me and him and another homie all soaked up, and then my homie left, and I went to drop off my ex, and he wanted before I left. So I went into the basement, and he went and pulled out 2 chains. I asked him, where my money at, fool? And he said, I ain't got it. So I took a chain, I put it around his neck, and I asked him again, where my at? He didn't respond. His face turned purple. There was blood coming out of his mouth. So I laid down on the bed and to listen to his heart beating, and I said, damn, this motherfucker is still beating. I went upstairs to grab a kitchen knife. I went back downstairs, took off his pants. I sucked his cut his head off at the same time, because the only SD that I would ever be doing would be sucking. Then I chopped his off and concealed the crime. I used a nearby shower drain to pour out the blood and put in bags and boxes around the basement to store the body parts in, and plastic bags for the organs. I was covering up his body, and while the people were entering the basement, I would continue to cut him up, and then and I would cover him up, and then when they would leave, I would cut him back up, and then I headed out to the truck, and I started loading up the body parts in there. And then I went back to the apartment I was staying at after chopping it up with my roommate. I went to go get rid of the body, and then there was cops surrounding the place with their guns out telling us to get down, get on the floor, and that's why I'm in custody today.
Shabusiness also gave us some more information about what led up to the murder.
Well, what went down was I had bought a bag of dope. I bought it for $50, but I gave him $100 and he didn't give me my $50 back. And what went down between the whole thing, he was a SD, and then I was a Latin king, and then I wasn't supposed to be doing my with my ex, but that's what went down. And SDs and Latin kings, they ain't good.
Shabusiness mentions in that recording, and according to her poem that she read out, that Shad Thyrion allegedly had stolen from her, and that's why she says she, quote, took him out.
I wasn't supposed to be doing business with my ex, but I did, and then what he did, he pocketed the money that I was supposed to have, so I went out and took his out for that. As soon as that went down, I started chopping up the body. Because I did one thing for sure. I did have, I had a lot of out there.
Taylor Shabiznis was eventually charged with first-degree intentional homicide. She was also charged with third-degree sexual assault for assaulting the body after Shad Thyrion was already dead. But on top of all of this, she was also charged for mutilating a corpse. So why desecrate the body in that way?
Yeah, that I can conceal this crime, you know. I chopped up his body. And then, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of things going on at the time, but...
And right here is where the Jeffrey Dahmer comparison comes in. In all, Jeffrey Dahmer was convicted of 16 murders in the early 1990s, and I would say he's one of the more notorious serial killers there is out there for the grotesque aspects of the case. I mean, it's involving cannibalism and necrophilia on top of murder. So Dahmer, of course, comes up when we're talking about Taylor Shabiznis because, first of all, they've got the Wisconsin connection. But second of all, he also came up in Taylor Shabiznis's search history. Here's a clip from her trial.
Were there several searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer and other items on the device that were consistent with Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes. Things such as flaming pentagram, Jeffrey Dahmer, things like that. KKK, I believe, is one of them.
And Detective, did you note the dates and times of the respective searches that you believed were relevant?
It was around the time of the homicide.
And there's a now infamous photo of Taylor Shabiznis smiling next to a photo of Jeffrey Dahmer.
A photograph of my client, Taylor Shabiznis, either laying on a bed or sitting, and then there's a phone next to her, and the phone has a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on her phone, so they're together. We all know that Jeffrey Dahmer was the worst serial killer in Wisconsin history. There are a lot of negative memories and thoughts and commentary. People watch that trial on TV with Attorney Boyle and Attorney Wendy Patrikas in Milwaukee County. The state is trying to link my client with Jeffrey Dahmer by offering these exhibits.
Shabiznis explained all of this to Law and Crime.
I had my niece with me, and she was watching a whole lot of series on Dahmer. A whole lot of series on Dahmer, and then everybody thought I was dating Dahmer, so people were laughing at my saying I was dating Dahmer. I took a picture with his and then I was trying to put it on a blow-up doll, a customized blow-up doll. His face, and then send it off to one of my friends.
In the phone calls with us, Shabiznis says she admits to the crime. She admits to murdering Shad Thyrion and dismembering his body. But she says she's no female Jeffrey Dahmer. She's only killed one person.
Nah. I mean, there's mother out there that, you really want to you beef with hard. I mean, yeah, you want to murder mother, but I mean that's what other mother they be saying on my name that I've killed more than one, but man, I'm trying to work on this appeal, and get out.
Throughout the call, we asked Shabiznis about the crime, but also her personal background, what she wanted to be when she grew up, or what she daydreamed about. The other voice in this clip that you'll hear is our booking producer, Diane Kay.
I would like to be a teacher, or I'd like to be a whatever,
I'd like to be still slinging my pussy on the street, but, over here it's all right.
Okay, all right. Well, that makes sense.
Law and Crime also asked Taylor Shabiznis about the attacks of her attorneys because, as we pointed out, there are multiple, and she gave us some background.
The most recent one, when my attorney, he was calling my and he was saying, I need another competency here, and he kept on calling my sticking his tongue out at me. And so I went off on his. But the one before that, he was doing the same thing too, saying like about competency. He kept on saying you need more competency hearings. You need more competency hearings. They constantly keep on saying that, and I said, no, I'm straight. I'm straight. My dad showed up in the back of the courtroom, and then as soon as he popped through, that was my dad's previous attorney too, and then he had just fired his. He said, get this guy off your case. So then, as soon as my dad popped up in the courtroom and he sat his down, I already knew it was go time, and that's when I had to go in. So then that's when I went in and I fired it.
Taylor Shabusiness went to trial in July of 2023. She pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, and she stands by that.
Definitely insane. You know, I should have went back to Chicago. I should have went down south, but I didn't do that. I stayed up north. I stayed around in Green Bay. I went back to where my bracelet was at, and to like continue going to work, and then continue on from there. But instead, like I just smoked up with my roommate, and that was that.
To be clear, though, Taylor Shabusiness was found guilty and found to be sane at the time of the crime.
First verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor Denise Shabusiness, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information, dated this date, July 26, 2023, signed by the foreperson. Second verdict reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, Taylor Denise Shabusiness, guilty. This is
Arturo Coronado.
okay. Sir, if you could just stay standing and turn and face her, and as best you can, raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Arturo Coronado.
Okay, Mr. Fairlight, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Coronado, good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, how old are you?
51.
What is your date of birth?
5/24/72.
Are you currently married, sir?
I am not.
You are living in Green Bay, correct?
Yeah, you know that, Chris.
Okay. And your daughter is Taylor Denise Shabusiness, is that fair?
She is.
Who is her mother?
Marla.
Okay. And you were married to Marla for a while, sir?
Of course.
How many years was it?
We were married about 10, together about 15, 16.
Did you live together in Wisconsin or some other state?
Illinois.
Illinois?
Illinois and Wisconsin.
Okay. And where was your daughter, Taylor Shabusiness, born?
In Evanston, Illinois.
Okay. Does Taylor have a sister or brother?
She has a brother that passed away last year.
Okay. What was his name?
AJ, Arturo Drep.
Okay.
JREP.
And why did he pass away? What happened?
July 1st last year. Motorcycle accident.
Okay. When you were living in Illinois with your daughter, Taylor Shabusiness, was she ever brought to a hospital at all?
No.
Okay. Did she ever receive any mental health treatment when you lived in Illinois?
No.
Okay. Did something happen to Taylor's mother at some point?
She passed away.
Okay.
She passed away May 20th, 2009. In her sleep.
Okay. Did that take a toll on your daughter, Taylor?
Well, of course.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit,
toll
sir?
on my son as well and me.
Okay. Right. It took a toll on everybody, correct?
But yeah.
And when her mother passed away in May of 2009, how old was Taylor?
11, probably 11 and a half.
Okay.
My son and daughter were, about 9 and a half, 11 and a half years old.
Okay. Did Taylor go to school that day that her mother passed away?
I tried to get them to go to school, but they knew something was going on.
Okay.
They came back.
Can you describe a little bit how the death of Taylor's mother took a toll on her or impacted her? Can you give me a little bit of commentary on that?
Well, they were pretty young. I mean, obviously, their mom's not around anymore. And, you know, Marla was ill. So just, I guess they kind of knew what was going on, but it was unexpected. We watched the movie the night before and fell asleep, and I woke up and my wife was already cold, already passed.
You found her?
She's laying next to me.
Okay. And what about the kids? What about Taylor? Did she see her mom in that state?
They did not see. No, I did not allow that.
Okay. But were the kids in the house?
They were upstairs in their bedrooms.
Okay. After that occurred, did you see any changes in Taylor's behavior, first of all?
She's a little rambunctious. Nothing. I mean, she played volleyball. She had a good amount of friends she hung out with. She was a normal kid.
Okay. Did things change at all for her?
I wouldn't say too much. She got in trouble a little bit at school, but I don't know, something with a band instrument.
What happened with that?
Oh, she just took somebody's band instrument
and
then returned it, but nothing major.
Okay. When did you come to Green Bay? What year? Do you know?
2000. I started working here in 2007.
2007. Where did you work at?
I worked for Verizon.
Okay.
Before it was GTE, then turned into Verizon.
Okay.
18 years.
Right. And when you came to Green Bay, did Taylor go to school here then?
Of course.
Of course. Where did she go to school?
She went through the Howard Salmico School District.
And then did she go to Bayport High School as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you get information that she was having issues at school?
Well, yeah.
What can you tell me?
From what I can recall, just normal. Just kind of acting out, I guess. Just there's a couple of little instances that happened in high school, but it's kind of why I yanked her out of there and sent her to Texas so she could graduate and kind of get away from the issues that were going on here.
She went to Texas to live with her grandparents?
Correct.
When was that, do you know?
2017, I believe. I'm not sure.
Okay. How old was she in 2017? Do you know?
She was 16 and a half, probably 17.
16, 17. How long did she live with her grandparents then in Texas?
About a year, a little over a year until she graduated. Maybe 2 years. About a year, maybe a year and a half.
Was that Cotulla, Texas?
That's correct.
Was there a point where she got pregnant?
Well, about a year and a half ago, maybe.
Okay. And
yeah.
And she had a baby, correct?
Yes, she did.
And the baby is currently living in Texas with the grandparents, correct?
Yeah. How is that relevant to anything here? Why do we need to talk about him?
Let me ask you this. So, before the baby was born, was she placed at Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
Before the baby was born?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Okay. Did you see her at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
Oh,
when she was there?
yeah. I'm sorry. It's just so much going on.
It's through Brown County.
Yeah, I went to take her there myself, actually.
Okay. Why did you take her there?
She just wasn't in the right state of mind.
Was she suicidal?
Probably.
Was she psychotic?
I guess.
Objection. I don't think this witness has the ability to answer that question.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. All right. Was she experiencing like hallucinations?
She was not in the right state of mind at all. So I feared that she would hurt herself. So that's why I took her. We both agreed. We both went there together.
Okay.
And tried to get help, and then ended up releasing her, and she came home, and that was about it.
Okay. Was she prescribed some medications and things like that?
She was at that evening. No, But yeah, she has been on some medications that she never liked taking those pills. I mean, they kind of messed her up even worse.
Did they cause her to hallucinate or cause her to have
I think
problems?
it all started with a Seroquel that was taken, back, I don't understand too much about those prescription drugs, but they never agreed with her at all.
Okay. And do you know the other medications that she was asked to take?
ADHD, Adderall, I believe.
Anything about Haldol?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I know she was prescribed some stuff, but I don't know the names.
Okay. Did you talk to some of the doctors or psychiatrists at the Nicolay Psychiatric Facility?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think this witness can offer his observations and the facts that he's aware of from what he observed of Ms. Shabiznis with respect to what he learned from doctors about her mental health conditions. We have professionals who are going to answer questions based on the records. Those people are better equipped to answer those questions. The information he received from doctors is hearsay.
It's not hearsay. I didn't ask what they said. I just asked if you talked to the doctors, Your Honor.
Sure. So the question that's pending isn't asking for hearsay. I think the objection was made because it sounds like that's where we're headed. So he can answer the question that was just asked, and then I'll just indicate, Mr. Freilich, that objection is probably coming if you go the next step. But the question that's pending can be answered. So I think the question was, did you talk to anybody at Nicolay?
I did.
Okay. Ask another question, Mr.
Okay.
Freilich.
Did Taylor live with you in Green Bay for a while?
For a little bit, yeah.
Was that in 2021 or what year was it?
I believe so, yeah. But again, speaking to them and, her being an adult, they really, even being a father, weren't allowed to disclose anything.
Right. Sure. When she lived with you, sir, what address did she live with you at?
1130 Moraine Way.
And how long did she live with you?
Just a few months.
Did it ever come to a point where you didn't want her to stay there anymore because her behaviors were getting worse or her mental status was getting worse?
No. I love my daughter, so I'll do whatever it takes to help her out.
Did you ever review any of her records at all?
Objection. I don't think he can testify to the content. Again, I think it's the same objection. He can answer whether he reviewed them. He can't answer anything about the content of the record.
Your Honor, the state, what they're trying to do is they're trying to anticipate an objection. They know this one is not an objectionable one, in my opinion. And any good parent, when you go to the doctor, you're going to talk with the physician or the psychologist or whoever it is about the status of your child. So I'm just asking that.
It's not like I didn't try. I tried talking to her.
Wait. So I'm going to overrule the objection at this point, and the question can be asked. Mr. Freilich, why don't you ask it again so the witness has it in his mind?
Okay, Your Honor. I kind of forgot, so hopefully
Did you review some of the records of your daughter? Did you review any of the records?
Like at the facility?
Yes.
Again, she was an adult at the time, and I can't.
The answer was no,
She was.
Mr. Freilich.
Yeah.
Okay. When she was living at your house, sir, on Moraine Way, was she ever experiencing any hallucinations or anything like that?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Just know that she wasn't in the right frame of mind. Kind of see things. She'd like to walk around, and we take a walk, cemetery, just right down the street. But she just needed, just to kind of get out and walk around and, I guess, ease her mind.
Did you have concerns about her from a physical or mental standpoint?
Always.
Okay.
Always.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further. I appreciate that.
Do you have any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Mr. Coronado, were you aware of whether or not your daughter was employed during the time that she was residing with you on Moraine Way?
She was not at the time. No.
Do you know anything about her employment history as an adult?
Sure.
And had she held jobs in the past?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know where she worked?
She worked for Saputo. She worked a couple of years, Saputo, 3.5 years probably.
As the attorney for the defendant, Taylor Denise Shabusiness, I'd like to share with you that I believe this case is a puzzling, unclear, confusing, and bizarre set of facts. It is unknown what really happened between February 22nd of 2022 and February 23rd of 2022. What we do know in this case is that numerous law enforcement officers testified. We had detectives, we had police officers, we had Dr. Tranquita, and DNA experts, forensic specialists, lots of different people, some citizen witnesses. I'd ask that you consider setting aside your emotions and decide this case based on the facts that are presented, that have been presented. You've sat here for the last 3 days. You've been here in court. I know that you've listened very closely, but don't assume anything. When you deliberate about all of the facts. What we do know is that law enforcement officers on February 23rd of 2022 went to 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay, this small Cape Cod home, and made contact with the occupants, Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Ava Wheelock was woken up, but they were all sitting at the kitchen table, and officers came in to see what was going on. There was a concern, obviously, that there was a bucket down at the end of the stairs. And we heard from Detective Roth that this was an ongoing investigation, law enforcement. They were trying to piece this together. It was an unusual situation, and so they were trying to find out what happened. Unfortunately, I believe it was Officer Plonky and Officer Wanish. They testified. They came here and indicated that they went down to check out what was in the basement, and there was it was the head of Shad Thurian in that black Fleet Farm bucket. And the investigation continued on. But what I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that there really are no eyewitnesses as to what really happened down in the basement. There is no Taylor Shabusiness there, no other people there, and so that'll be something that you'll have to consider and think about. Then law enforcement realized that there was a secondary scene, and that was at 2353 Eastman Avenue, apartment 1 of that parking lot. And you saw the video. The officers, I think it was Officer Garth Russell, and a couple of other ones, they were walked up. Microphone. Sorry. Thank you. The officers walked up and they parked a distance away, and they walked up in the snow and they saw a line of cars in front of the apartment complex. And they saw that, a minivan. It was a gold Town and Country Chrysler minivan, and that was a vehicle of concern. Had some snow on the back windshield. There were vehicles on either side. And the officers walked up and they they saw some lights on the van, and then they saw someone come out the front door, and it was my client. It was Taylor Shabusiness. At that point, she was arrested by Officer Russell, and another officer then realized there was a male inside of the apartment number 1 down the hall. Ended up being Scott Tomes, and he was told to lay on the ground and held at gunpoint, and then he was arrested. So 2 people were taken from the apartment building and taken down to the police station. There was a search of the Eastman Avenue apartment. We don't have any body parts there. I would submit that there really wasn't anything of evidentiary value there. And that was that. Later on, officers and detectives realized that minivan was something that they were concerned about, so that was taken down to the police storage garage. And then we found out that from Dr. Tranquita and some of the other forensic specialists, Andre, I believe it was investigator Andre, and Zarnecki. And so they donned Tyvek gear, protective PPE equipment, and they methodically investigated the back of the minivan, and they found the crock pot box that was in a laundry basket sitting on a seat, and there were human remains in there. Nobody saw Taylor Shabusiness driving this minivan. So these are some of the facts that you got to think about. Don't rush to judgment, but talk about it, analyze it. As jurors, you have to analyze the facts that you hear, and you have to apply the law that the judge gives you. It's a daunting task. So then we hear, you saw the video, the interview between Detective Groff and my client, Taylor Shabusiness. She was taken down to the Green Bay Police Department. Photographs were taken of her, and clothes were taken, and she was put in a yellow suit and then later a blue suit, but she was asked questions. And you got to remember what she said and what questions were being asked. She did say during the interview, "I can't think right now. I'm effing nuts." She said that she was up all night, that the body would rebuild itself. She said weird, odd things. Consider her credibility. Consider what she says. Consider what she said to Detective Groff or Detective Scanlon. She said stuff, I would submit that she said things that didn't make sense. She says, I have no idea to some of the questions that the detectives asked her. You remember seeing the video on the screen. I'd ask that you recall that she had inappropriate laughs, inappropriate smiling, odd responses. I would submit that she indicated that she did not have sex. She did not have penis to vagina intercourse with Shad Therian. She indicated that she came to the residence and they went downstairs and within 5 minutes they got to it, whatever that means. She talked about, during the interview with Detective Groff, rebuilding muscle or rebuilding into muscle. Sometimes she wasn't responsive. She talked about hearing gunshots, but I believe Detective Groff said that there were no gunshots in the area of Stony Brook, Eastman Avenue, was some other place. She said she was paranoid. She said weird things like, I don't like open spaces. I don't like open spaces. No clothes came off. No kissing. She said that she allegedly put the dildo into Mr. Therian's backside, his butt area, his anal area. There's no DNA. We heard from Kevin Scott, DNA expert. He must have done real well in school, in chemistry and all that. But the swab from the dildo, item J1, it says the possible contribution of DNA from Shad Therian is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. I would argue that his DNA is not on the dildo. So I would argue that even though the state is charging out third-degree sexual assault, there is no shred of evidence to support that particular charge. And I'd ask that you take that into account. No evidence at the Eastman Avenue apartment. When Detective Groff had my client come down to the Green Bay Police Department with Detective Kevin Kempf, they were talking with her for a while. The interview was maybe 3 hours or so. And then they took a break because Ms. Shabizis had cuts on her thumb, scratches on her palms, other cuts on her fingers. Some of them were deep. You saw the pictures because I believe they were published. And she was taken over to St. Vincent's Hospital for medical evaluation. I would submit that the blood on her hands may have been her own because of the deep cuts that she had suffered or that she had. The defense had subpoenaed Mr. Scott Tomes. He was unavailable, and he gave an account of that night. And he had indicated, at least on Monday night, that would have been February 21st, that Taylor Shabizis and her friend Shad came over. He had seen Shad before, but didn't know his name. Then he thought that they hooked up to do meth. And then he talked about his vehicle. And he talked about that Taylor Shabizis had used his vehicle in the past and didn't get permission on that particular night. Then he indicated that he was drinking. And then he indicated that Taylor Shabizis returned to his house around midnight with his vehicle, went to her bedroom, and he had a suspicion that she may have been high on drugs. And then he had indicated that Taylor had the bedroom and that he would sleep in his chair. So that's, something else that you have to think about. We heard from Lieutenant Buckman. He was a veteran on the Green Bay Police Department, and that he was doing some investigating, and he wasn't sure if Taylor Shabizis was a suspect or a victim because it was an ongoing new investigation. So that's something you have to take into account as well. The state brought up some photographs, a picture of Taylor with her phone. And young girls, I submit, they like their phones. So do all kids, young people. They like their phones, and they look up things on the internet for a variety of different reasons: shock value, curiosity. But we have a situation here where Taylor did do some searches about Jeffrey Dahmer. I would submit that that's a ruse, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, and that people search the internet for all kinds of things on the internet, and that it's for shock value. So that shouldn't really play any part in this case. I would ask that you discount that and set that aside. Now, I would argue that I would argue that it's not a clear case here. Was this an accidental death? Did Taylor Shabizis kill Shad Therian? Was there intent to kill Shad Therian? Did Taylor Shabizis have the mental purpose to kill Shad Therian? Different theories, different things for you to think about. You are all like analysts, and you have to assess and decipher the facts. The facts here are very complicated, confusing, unclear. 2 different locations, no eyewitnesses. Taylor Shabizis, we learned that she went to school with Shad Therian, middle school, Bayport High School. They were friends. They hung out. You heard from A.J. Gannon. He hung out with them as well. Can you trust what someone says when they're hopped up on meth, on drugs? The state wants you to look into Taylor Shabizis' mind to find out what her intent was. And that's a difficult task. Did she have a clear mind on February 22nd of 2022 as to what was really going on? Accidents can happen. When accidents happen, people can make other choices in a panic. Something for you to think about. This sexual assault charge, how can you have sexual intercourse with the facts that have been laid out and presented to you? It's mind-boggling. How can you have sex when genitals are in one place and body's in a different place? It's foggy, it's cloudy. It's hard to imagine, almost impossible to try and figure out what did or didn't happen. I would submit to you that no sexual assault occurred. I'd ask that you find her not guilty of third-degree sexual assault. You can't rely on everything Taylor Shabizis says. Think about that, please. She chose not to testify under our Constitution of the United States of America. She doesn't have to testify. It's what the law.
Is that also when you used the dildo?
Yeah.
Did you have sex with his body at all? At any point, or any type of sexual contact? Obviously the dildo and stuff, but.
I grinded on him, I put the dick in his ass.
You grinded on?
Yeah, and listened.
Did you ever put his penis in your vagina? Or you just grind on him?
Did you see before that you performed a roll on him?
Yeah.
Okay, and that was after he was dead?
Yeah. And then he got happy. He was like half hard while I was still sucking while he was dead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And was that part of playing with him, or?
That is part of playing with him.
That was part of playing with him.
Did you?
Actually, I was just I was severing his head while I was doing that too.
You were sucking?
Yeah.
So it wasn't only a couple hours before you severed his head? Did you fall asleep at any point in time, or? So how long do you think you were in that basement? Because you didn't leave until like 3 or 4 this morning, right? But what about during the day? What did you do during the day?
I don't know, like I was kind of like dozing off, nodding out.
He was dead already?
He was dead.
Was his head still on?
No, I took that off. That was the first thing I took off.
Okay.
I wanted the head.
What about the rest of his body?
I didn't even take it. And then the rest of his body, it's like all the fucking I don't even know what it is. It's in a big blue container, And it's big.
A container?
Tupperware. It's like a big Tupperware. It's not a Tupperware, but it's a Tupperware container, like a
big storage tote?
Yeah, one of those. And then
So that's where the body parts are in? Or I thought they were in a black bag.
they're scattered around.
Okay, so both probably. But when did you start, cutting up his body?
Like almost right away. I was sucking and cutting at the same time.
Okay. Then what about the rest of his body parts? Did that take all day to do?
I was getting pissed off at the dismemberment process, actually.
Did it take a while?
It took a while.
Yeah, because I was nodding out.
Okay, so you're kind of sleeping, kind of nodding in and out. Have you taken any other drugs?
I should have. I should have took her out. That probably would have helped, but I didn't. And I just sat there. Yeah.
Do you remember it being daylight at all? When you
Yeah, when I looked at the window and I seen the daylight.
and was his body together still then? Or?
Body was never together. It's just like, I had fun with him for that 2 hours and then boom.
So, but it took a while to cut the rest of the body up? Okay.
All messed up too.
So, I'm just trying to, so I understand too. So you said were you cutting and then you cut a knot off, kind of wake up and start cutting again?
Yeah.
So it took you a little while to cut the body apart. There were times where when I napped or whatever, it wasn't, you didn't work nonstop to dismember his body, right?
I mean, I probably did. Well, in my sleep, I do things in my
You
sleep.
do things in your sleep.
But yeah, but like, that's probably it right there.
Did anybody ever come downstairs at all?
Tara came, she came downstairs and then with the kitty cat, and then she set the kitty cat down. And, looked over the kitty cat, and then the kitty cat was walking around. And I threw the kitty cat, and then yeah.
Did you talk to her?
I'm like, hey Tara. I don't know, it was just weird. Cause like it was an open space, you know, like there's no closed door, and I'm like,
Did
it was weird.
she think she saw anything?
I have no idea. I have to ask her. Because she's like, with the big cat, so.
So you think she came down at one point and dropped the kitty cat off downstairs in the basement? Yeah. Nice.
How long was she in the basement? Just shortly to drop the cat, or?
Yeah, she just came down there, dropped the cat off, to go use the kitty litter, the box, and then she went right back upstairs. Yeah, and then
All right, so then throughout this process, you would cut off a body part with one of the knives, and you would put it in the bag or the tote or something like that.
yeah, I was still tweaking out, so like, I'm over here cutting it, and then I'm like, wow, it's gonna go. So I grabbed another one, and then I was cutting it, and it was gonna go. And I was tweaking, so like, I'm like, oh shoot. I haven't done that. I didn't mean for all this to happen, and I'm like, I fucked up, I know I fucked up. I'm like, shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what happened.
Well, you know, it's feelings, got a mom and a sister and a dad and family, and more and more of being sorry, you know. You killed them.
You gotta tell the sister sorry. Didn't mean for that to happen.
You didn't mean to kill them? But you didn't try to help them?
No, I didn't. No. It works both ways. Like, I have no idea. Like,
You knew he was
you
gonna
gotta
die.
be tugging the chain.
Right, you knew he was gonna die, so.
I mean, I didn't, but at the same time, I woke up like, fuck, that's bad. I didn't know what to do, because, like, he was gonna be like, ah, fuck, I didn't know. You know what I mean? Because, like, I don't know.
But you liked it?
I liked it. I'm like, fuck. Like, it was, like, I didn't know what to do, but, like, oh, I liked it, though.
Well, you knew because you didn't want to call the police or an ambulance or anything, so.
Actually, I thought about it. And then, I was getting angry at myself.
Mm-hmm.
Very angry at myself, because I didn't have the proper tools.
Yeah.
Sucks not having it.
Was it sexual side to you when you were choking? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Very.
Was it exciting when you were sucking on his penis after he was dead?
It was very exciting. Everything was, we should check on my panties. Boom.
And you say, where was this place? Where would it be? In the basement or on the first floor or second floor?
Basement.
The basement. And it was ice in a, I mean, it was a plastic, basically a window bag, a little small plastic bag.
Fresh dough.
Fresh dough. And just you and Jack. And so there was a chain. What kind of chain?
It's the one that's on the same place as where the bitch and usually on.
And where would that be again, please?
I think it's on a dresser.
On a dresser?
Is it? Is it on a dresser? I don't know.
I don't know either. I haven't been there. I mean, as best as you can remember. So you think that there could be a chain and the ice on a dresser down in the basement?
It's just weird. I got like a weird flashback from it.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, it's short. It was real short.
What did you see?
It's just I don't even know anymore. Like it was weird. I was riding him like a donkey, okay, and then like I think so. I think that's what was happening. I was pulling and then I don't know.
Were you two being intimate, having sex?
It was getting there.
It was getting there. Okay. So will this be considered foreplay?
Yeah, it was. And then I don't know. And then I just didn't stop. I don't know why. I didn't stop.
You guys done something like this in the past?
Not like that.
Do you use manual strangulation during sex at all? Is Shad like that?
A manual strangulation? Yes.
He likes strangulation?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, he does. Yeah. Yeah.
And you do too, or just him?
Both of us.
So what would you, so when's the last time you guys had sex besides potentially this morning?
Mainly me, but like we didn't even get it. Like, I'm sorry, but we didn't even get it.
Okay, so you didn't, alright, but when's the last time you did do it?
I mean, I played with him a little after. But, I have no idea, like August.
And what would you guys like to do? Is there a certain role playing that you did with Chad? Or was it just some sort of strangulation? How would you guys do your, basically have sex?
Just, like, I just want you just go, yeah, and we go at it.
But does anybody like strangle the other person?
I like doing that a lot.
Alright, so you like being strangled, like having your airway, or do you like doing it to somebody else?
I like doing it to somebody else.
Does Shad like to be strangled during sex?
I think so.
Have you done it before?
Yeah,
with him?
yeah, he does. He likes it.
Have you used what we call props in the past?
Yes.
What?
Well, like dildo?
That or rope or chain or underwear or anything?
Yeah. I shoved a dildo in his ass and mouth.
In the past or just recently?
When he was there, when he was on the bed. Yeah.
So obviously you said you smoked some ice. Do you take any prescription medications?
No.
You have any mental health issues we should be aware of?
I don't know yet. I think
Have you been diagnosed with anything officially? Because I know that Shad has some mental health issues, according to his mother. Since high school?
Yeah.
Where do you guys go to school together? Freeport? Okay. Did you graduate the same class, or?
Yes. He didn't graduate.
You didn't graduate. Alright. So then you guys were boyfriend, girlfriend at one point? For how long?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
And is this right after high school or
No, during high school.
during high school? Okay. And what year did you graduate?
16.
2016?
Yeah.
So you and Chad date after high school?
We seen each other.
Okay.
We definitely seen each other.
Seeing each other? But were you officially a couple, so to speak, or was it just, did you still have sex with him?
I did it once.
Just once?
Yeah.
After high school?
Yeah.
So when did you start seeing him again? Recently?
He's my buddy. He's my homie. So like, you know.
Alright, so you've always been friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how did you get over to Shad's?
The minivan.
The minivan? When do you think you went there? You remember?
2 days ago.
2 days ago? Okay. Did you stay there the whole time, or did you ever pick him up and go someplace, or then come back? Or
Stayed there the whole time.
how did you get in? Was Shed there when you got there, or Shed let you in? Or you just walked in on your own?
He was there, we went in, got some shit, we came back, and then, methamphetamine, you know,
Ice.
and then, yeah, ice, and then we came back.
Okay, so you showed up at his place. And then you and him left.
Yeah.
And you went and got some meth.
Yeah, so then, we went, and, I picked him up, went and got some ice, and then after that, we went to, back to Scott's. We smoked.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, I did his hair, did his haircut.
You did Shed's hair?
Yeah, I
Okay.
made him a little fade.
At Scott's?
Yeah, and then after that, I trimmed his face, you know,
Mm-hmm.
feeling good. We left, we went back to his mom.
Okay.
I was looking for some crack. I never got no crack.
You know, right. Okay. So you went back it was just you and Shed that went back to his mom's? Or did Steve come?
Steve?
Or Scott?
Scott.
I'm going to do that occasionally, and I apologize if I do get names sometimes. But
Alright, yeah.
did Scott then come with you?
Scott stayed at home the whole time at Eastman. That's his residence.
Okay. Alright, so you and Shed
He
went back
is
to
not
his
involved at all.
Okay. So you and Shed went back to Shad's mom's house. How'd you get in? Did you see, was anybody home?
The door was unlocked. We went.
What time do you think this was? Was anybody home? Did you encounter anybody? I understand his mom lives there.
Tara?
Tara?
I don't know. Is that the mom's name?
Yes.
Damn, the head.
And then,
I can't believe I let the head go.
what did you do with the body?
The body's there. Yeah. It's,
So were you going to take the head somewhere?
I like that.
You liked it?
Well, you're gonna have fun trying to look for all the organs, but I can't.
Detective, I now want to return to the interview and specific conversations about what Ms. Shabiznis told you on February 23rd of 2022. First of all, can you start by describing, what her general demeanor was when you met with her on the 23rd?
Well, characteristic as a calm demeanor, no outbursts, no mood swings. She was quite frank in being able to answer questions and ask questions.
What was your ability to communicate with her?
Very good. She was able to answer my questions and with no issues.
You indicated that you had previous work as a narcotics investigator. Have you had an opportunity in the past to meet with and interview suspects who are under the influence of drugs?
Yes.
Did you note anything in Ms. Shabiznis's behavior, demeanor, or appearance that would have suggested that she was under the influence of narcotics at the time you were meeting with her on the 23rd?
I did not.
Can you describe, going into that interview, how much information you had about the specific acts themselves?
At a particular time, I had very little information. What I knew was that she has their head had been found in a bucket in the basement, and also just the information that I had from talking to his mother about who was he last seen with and his last known whereabouts, according to her.
In terms of the specifics of what happened to Shad and where the rest of his body was, is that information that you knew prior to beginning the interview with Ms. Shabiznis?
No.
The information about Shad and what happened to him and where his body was, where did that information come from?
Ms. Shabiznis.
And to begin your interview, how did you begin asking her about the specific events?
I basically stated to her that with the information that I had, and the information that I had at that point in time was that Shad's head had been found in a bucket in the basement, and that she had one point had been with Shad. So I just asked her if she could tell me what happened.
And was she able to describe to you what happened?
Yes.
What did she say with respect to how Shad was killed?
How Shad was killed?
Correct.
She said that Shad had produced a chain, like a dog collar, and put it around his neck. Initially, it sounded like it might have been some sort of foreplay, but it got to the point that she started to strangle Mr. Therian and just continued to do so, according to her, for several minutes until he passed away.
Did she, as it relates to the strangulation, did she make any statements about her observations of Shad as she was choking him with that chain?
Yes, she stated that his head turned purple. He started to, I believe, blood coming out of his mouth. His tongue was protruded, I believe.
Did you ask her whether she chose to stop at that juncture?
I did.
And what was her response?
She stated that she wanted to continue to see what happened.
And did you ask her whether or not Shad had struggled at all when she was choking him?
She said that he did.
And what was her response to that?
My understanding is that Shad had been laying on the bed, prone, face down, and she was on top of him. And so she was able to choke and control his body, so to speak, that even though he was struggling, she was able to still maintain control.
Did you ask her about how she felt about what she had done?
Yes.
And what were her responses?
Objection, relevance, yes to elements, Your Honor.
I think they're certainly relevant as to her intent.
Overruled.
Her response was that she liked it.
Had she also at some point expressed some remorse or that she didn't necessarily want this to happen?
Initially, that was some of her comments, was that, it hadn't intended, but once she started to strangle Shad, that she found that she could enjoy it, and so she kept on strangling him.
Had she expressed anything to you about her use of drugs at the time of the offense or immediately prior to the time of the offense?
She said that approximately 2 days prior to the offense that she and Shad had been smoking methamphetamine.
2 days prior to the offense or 2 days prior to the interview?
I'm sorry, 2 days prior to the interview.
Did she mention anything to you specifically about drugs or paraphernalia that might be found in the residence?
Yes, she stated that there should be a pipe and some methamphetamine in the basement on a dresser or an entertainment center of some sort.
Did she express any knowledge about the location of the chain or chains that were used to strangle Shad?
Yeah, she stated that there was 2 chains. One would be the same location area as where the methamphetamine was used, and another would be on another table in the basement.
And now, I think I asked this earlier, but you're in communication with the investigators who are on scene during the course of this interview, is that correct?
Correct.
And the information that Ms. Shabusiness is providing you about where things are located and what they might see in the basement, is that being confirmed by investigators on scene?
It is.
And the information that she's providing you, is that accurate with what they're observing?
Yes.
After the strangulation itself, what did Ms. Shabusiness tell you that she did with Shad?
Well, initially, we were aware of the Shad's head being in a bucket, but we were not aware of where the rest of his body had been located. So there were several questions pertaining to where his body was located. And Ms. Shabusiness' response to that, it was still in the basement. Then she later went on to explain that she in fact had dismembered Shad's body and placed the various body parts into several bags and or a tote down in the basement.
Was she able to describe in detail the things that she did to dismember Shad?
Yes.
And again, are you matching that back up with information from investigators at the scene?
Correct.
Was she able to actually describe the types of bags or types of containers where she's placing body parts?
Yes.
And again, is that consistent with what investigators are later finding on the scene?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about how she dismembered or what she used to dismember Shad's body?
Yes, she stated that she used knives that she obtained from the kitchen of the residence.
Was she able to describe to you where those knives would be located in the basement?
Yes, she described that the knives would be in the same package or the bags that the body parts were also located.
And again, is that consistent with what investigators were finding on scene?
Yes.
In addition to the dismemberment, did Ms. Shabusiness discuss with you anything else that she did with Shad's body after she had killed him?
Yes, she did.
And what was that?
She described how she had sexual contact with the body in terms of playing with his penis. Also, she described that she had a dildo that she placed into Shad's mouth and to his anus, and that she also had cuddled the body.
Did she discuss performing oral sex on Shad?
That's correct.
Did she indicate about how long she had cuddled or played with Shad's body?
She indicated that, it was, I don't exactly recall how long of a period of time, but there was a period of time, I believe shortly before or after the start of dismemberment.
Did she talk to you at all about trying to clean up the scene or what she was doing with the blood during the course of the dismemberment?
Yes, I had been made aware that there was not a significant portion of blood found in the basement that would have been consistent with dismemberment. So I asked her about that, and her response was that she mainly used like the bucket and or the blue tote to capture a lot of the blood, and eventually to dispose of some of that into the shower in the basement. She also did talk about the dismemberment and the removal of body parts, and in fact that there should still be a portion of Shad's lower limbs, like legs, in the van that she had been operating. So she did describe how she did remove at least a couple of his body parts during the course of dismemberment. And when I say move, I mean out of the residence itself.
And did she specifically give you a reason for why she ultimately left the residence on that day?
She told me that she had heard lots of walking around upstairs, and she also heard that she had thought she had heard some shots being fired in the area. In this call, there's some concern, and she just decided that she had needed to leave at that point.
Did she discuss with you what her intention was with respect to Shad's head?
One of the first things that she did say was that she did like the head, and that it was her intent to take the head as well as the genitalia that was in a bucket with her. That's why she specifically placed those items in the bucket. But she did mention that she had left the bucket by the stairs. And I don't know if she intentionally wanted to do that, but there was talk that it was her intent to take the head and the genitalia with her also.
At some point in time, do you discuss with Ms. Shabusiness a specific timeline for the events leading up to that evening?
Yes.
And what does she tell you about the timeline of her whereabouts leading up to this event?
2 days before the 21st, that Monday, is when she was at the apartment on Eastman Avenue with her friend AJ. They decided to go pick up Shad, which they did do. They were returned back to the apartment. At one point, they also did visit Shad's father, Michael Therian, and then also again returned to the apartment at Eastman Avenue, where they stayed there for a while. At one point, AJ left, and then Shad and Taylor then returned to Shad's mother's residence on Stony Brook Lane.
And the information that she's providing you with respect to the timeline, is that information that also was consistent with the other aspects of your investigation?
Correct.
Had she mentioned to you while you're discussing the timeline use of narcotics or controlled substances?
While they were in the apartment on Eastman Avenue, they did use, her and Shad smoked methamphetamine, and she also indicated that Shad and AJ smoked marijuana.
Had she talked to you about what vehicles she was using to travel around to these locations?
Yes, the entire time she was using her roommate, Mr. Dom's gold Chrysler minivan.
Did you ask her whether Mr. Toms had given her permission to use the vehicle?
I don't know if I asked her specifically that question, no. But it was under impression that she was using it. At the time of the interview, I was not sure. I later found out that Mr. Toms claimed that she has used it in the past, but not necessarily was supposed to use it that night.
Did she tell you any information about whether Mr. Toms was involved in this crime at all?
He was just at the apartment the entire time, sitting in a chair basically, and according to her, he wasn't even aware of what they were doing because he was either behind him or in the bedroom.
When you were speaking with Ms. Shabusiness, did you ask her about whether or not anyone else had come down into the basement at any point in time?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That's when she stated that she believed that Shad's mother had come down with a cat.
And did she discuss actually having any interaction with Shad's mother at that time?
She said that she did not, and I asked Taylor if she thought that the mother had seen her, and she stated that she did not believe so. Asked her what she did, and Taylor just stated basically that she kept quiet and was off in the like the finished part of the basement.
So I want to draw your attention then to the second interview with Ms. Shabusiness that occurred on February 28th. Is that right?
Correct.
And that was also a recorded interview?
Yes, it was.
And you advised her of her Miranda rights prior to that interview?
I did.
And she waived those rights and agreed to answer questions?
Yes, she did.
Did you make observations of her demeanor generally on that day?
I would classify it as being the same, calm, was able to answer questions appropriately, no outward signs of any disruptions or mood swings.
And was she able to understand your questions and answer them appropriately?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor. Overruled. Leading? Argument for leading? Argument for leading, alternative argument, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead, ask another question, Mr. Levay.
Thank you. And what was generally the purpose of conducting that second interview with Ms. Business?
Conduct some follow-up questions concerning that we had that came up during the course of the investigation concerning like her disposition of the body, what were her intentions of what they're doing with the body, and her cleaning up after herself.
And what did she say with respect to the purpose of dismemberment and then the cleanup?
According to Ms. Business, the purpose was that she realized she needed to remove the body from the residence so that she wouldn't be caught, and Shad was more that she could carry just in terms of being a whole body. So the dismemberment and putting them into bags was to facilitate with her being able to remove the body from the residence.
And did you discuss with her the attempts to clean up the residence as well?
Yes, in Detective Scanlon had been an integral part of the search of the residence itself, so he asked her several questions about cleaning up because he had observed some markings or on the cement down area that had been underneath the bed, as well as there was a squeegee in the shower down in the basement, in some items such as Clorox, wipes, and so he asked her about that, and she stated that yes, she did use the cleaning materials such as the Clorox wipes and the spray to clean up several of the areas in the basement, as well as using squeegee to clean up the shower area, and subsequently placed these wipes in the same bags that the body parts was found, which again is consistent with what Detective Scanlon had found.
And Detective, I think I asked you these questions already, but have you had an opportunity subsequent to the interviews to review the recorded interview from both the 23rd and the 28th of February?
Correct.
And you do believe that the recordings were accurate and consistent with your recollection of the interviews?
They are.
Your Honor, at this point, I intend to show significant portions of the first interview and a smaller portion of the second interview, but it's about
And then the next speaker will be a statutory crime victim, so we'd ask the media to be advised of that, Judge.
Okay. I just want to, all right, they're indicating they are going to make sure that they're not video. And if you could just, sir, before you start, if you just state your name for the record.
Michael Therian.
Okay, go ahead.
Taylor, I just wanted to say that I forgive you for what you've done to my son. And yeah, you made a bad choice, and now you have to live with it. But you know, I'm gonna miss Shad. He was a wonderful child too. Growing up, just mild mannered and just happy, and I know you made a bad choice, and like I said, I forgive you, and I'm gonna ask the judge if he can, you know, if she can see the streets again sometime. You know, it may not be soon, but I believe everybody makes bad choices, and maybe not to the scale, but I think there's a lot of hope for you. I think, you know, you can make use of your time and be a better person, and do great things yet, you know, so it does no good for me to hate you, you know. I know you got a heart, I know you got a mind, and I wish you no harm, and I hope things go well for you. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Any other witnesses or people that want to speak? Mr. Saunders?
No, I don't believe so.
Very good. Then I'll turn to the state for a sentencing recommendation.
Thank you. So
So then, I know, Mr. Saunders, you had indicated there was something regarding the victim impact statement you wanted to do. Was it going to be read in, or how did you want to handle that?
I believe now two family members of the victim wish to orally address the court judge.
Okay.
I think just orally as a victim impact statement. So.
Very good. And if they want to come up and stand, there's a microphone right above. If you want to stand right between those two pillars there, they can stand right there. And if you could just tell me your name first, sir.
Kelly Therian. Chad's uncle. I basically just wanted to say that there's no excuse for what you had done. I don't care if it's drugs or upbringing, you know. We all go through hard times growing up, at least the majority of us have. You have the opportunity to change that. You have the opportunity to, you know, see that you have a problem. There's, you know, I've been in recovery a little over 3 years. In AA, I drank for 41 years. I realized I had a problem. So there's just, basically to me, you took the easy way out. It's you did the most cowardly, weakest things that you could do possible. You know, you meet a person in school, you say he's your friend, you become friends, you become girlfriend, boyfriend, lovers, gain his trust of an innocent person that's very kind, would do anything for you. And I believe you used that and you had this plan and took your opportunity when you did. There's no excuse, you know, I don't see it no other way. To take advantage of someone's kindness like that, that's like the most irritating thing for me. You know, you get to know somebody, they trust you, and then you do that. You say, and then you say that you're a friend, you're his friend. You said that in the statements. It's like, man. But you know, I walked into a program and it's free. You know, you can go get help and it's free. All over the place there's help. And it doesn't cost a dime, you know. It's either, and the first thing they tell you in there, you know, you want to continue doing what you're doing. It's going to be jail, institution, or death. And you chose that path, and you chose the wrong path. They sit here talking about being rehabilitated. Is Shad's mother going to ever rehabilitate from this? No, but you can go to an institution, you can go to prison and try to be rehabilitated, but I don't see no reason why you'd have parole after the doctor had just mentioned once you have so much damage that it's irreversible. You know, so why would... Don't make no sense to me even to have the option of parole to come back and to gain someone's trust like that again. You know, because that is like the lowest thing a person can do. You know what I mean? I just don't understand that. And the biggest thing is, you know, like I said, you know, the help is free and it's there. You chose not to take, you know, I'm sure you knew you had a problem, you know. You can't blame it on childhood. You know, there's help out there. And if you take the path to go get the help, you wouldn't be in this situation right now. None of us would be in this situation. But to take the cowardly path that you did and to make other people suffer because you were suffering is pretty shitty. So that name Taylor shit business fits you well. And I'm not a praying man, but after Judge Walsh's sentences today, I will pray that you meet the same fate as your idealistic Jeffrey Dahmer. So have a good life, shit business.
And then the next speaker will be a statutory crime victim, so we'd ask the media to be advised of that, Judge.
Okay. I just want to, all right, they're indicating they are going to make sure that they're not video. Okay, if you could just, sir, before you start, if you just state your name for the record.
Michael Therian.
Okay, go ahead.
Taylor, I just wanted to say that I forgive you for what you've done to my son. And yeah, you made a bad choice, and now you have to live with it. But you know, I'm gonna miss Shad. He was a wonderful child too. Growing up, just mild mannered and just happy, and I know you made a bad choice, and like I said, I forgive you, and I'm gonna ask the judge if he can, you know, if she can see the streets again sometime. You know, it may not be soon, but I believe everybody makes bad choices, and maybe not to the scale, but I think there's a lot of hope for you. I think, you know, you can make use of your time and be a better person, and do great things yet, you know. So it does no good for me to hate you, you know. I know you got a heart. I know you got a mind, and I wish you no harm, and I hope things go well for you. That's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Any other witnesses or people that want to speak? Mr. Saunders.
No, I don't believe so.
Very good. Then I'll turn to the state for a sentencing recommendation.
Thank you. So ultimately, the state's recommendation is that the defendant not be eligible for release at any point onto extended supervision. And obviously, we're here for legally and morally the most serious offense somebody can commit in this state. Really, I think a few points bear emphasis. I'm not going to rehash the entire trial testimony for the court, but I do think a few points bear emphasis. Really, the manner and nature of which Ms. Shabusiness caused Shad's death in this case, I think is really one of the more egregious, frankly incomprehensible.
Okay, let's go here. All right, so I want to thank you all for being here for tonight. We have reached the ending point, and nice seeing everybody, and shout out to all people here and lurking and listening that were here earlier too. Hope everybody has a good evening, a good night, or whatever time it is where you are, and peace. What's on the agenda tomorrow, DEP or grounds or another trial? G, tomorrow we are going to certainly do either DEP or grounds. You'll certainly see. But it'll be one of those. Well, now it's morning here, so good morning to you, G. Okay. And morning to Tony as well, okay? Well, you're very welcome, chat. I'm glad you enjoyed it.